What do you guys say? Time to get started? Shall we hence? Hi, nerds. Sorry for the delay. I have a good excuse this time. And no, it's not just that my hand is fucked. It's that I cut my hand open when I was feeding the cats right before going live and had to bandage up so I wouldn't bleed all over my wrap. Yeah, it's been a fun week. We're getting used to it, but yeah. Anyways. Sup, nerds. Yeah, I'm bleeding for the wet food for my cats. Literally bleeding to put food on the table, or in the bowl, I suppose. Yeah, I got my hair trimmed the day before my surgery, funny enough. Yeah, just relearning how to, like, navigate the world with 1.5 hands. Still managing to beat all my dailies in skate, which has been fun. So, like, the main hand injury is from skateboards, to be clear. I just have this small Band-Aid between my fingers here because I cut my hand open feeding my cats right before going live now. But the hand itself was 15 years of built-up skate injuries. Fingers you was a sensitive term. That's hilarious. So the main issue isn't just fingers. It's the combination of I can't rotate my wrist at all because of the nature of the surgery, and I'm not able to move my thumb for at least 2 months. So funny enough, my kinesis doesn't work at all right now because when I set up my hands for it, my thumb hits all of the buttons on the thumb cluster. So the only way I'd ever be able to use the kinesis right now is if I disabled all the keys on the left side for thumb cluster and then removed them. I have the Advantage 360 Pro. I've actually found it's easier to use a normal keyboard right now because when I do need to hit keys that are things my thumb would normally do, I can just move my hand back, and you can't really move your hand to hit things you shouldn't on the kinesis. It's designed to keep you from doing that, which is a good thing, but it's not very useful for me. I don't like the keycrons. I hate the keyboard layout. I hate all the fake 60% shit. Like the 65%, the ones with the D-pad, all those. I hate all of those layouts. Just give me a fucking 60. I'm considering going on a fucking schizo rant about the keyboard layout thing because people are so fucking wrong. I need to set up my top-down camera again so I can explain this. But, like, proper hand keyboard position. People were arguing that the enter key for ISO keyboards is better because it's easier to reach, because it's bigger. It's worse, it's harder to reach, and it's smaller. You're all fucking wrong. Like, you're so wrong. Your hand position should be on home row. So, like, S, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, or H, J, K, L. Like, that's where your finger should rest. Which means your pinky finger should be hovering over the semicolon in proper hand position. And don't say small fucking hands. My hands are bigger than yours. And you'll notice on this example with ISO how much further the enter key is from your pinky finger. You have to reach almost 30% further to hit the enter key. You can also reach up if you want to add another 15%. Sure, cool, if you really want to. But on a fucking ISO keyboard, it's easier to hit caps lock than enter. You're coping. You're wrong. I don't get how anyone can in good faith argue that this enter key is better because, oh, it looks bigger on the keyboard. No, it doesn't fucking matter. It's how close is it to your home row, and it's further. The only way you can make this keyboard usable is if you rebind backslash to be enter. And every time I'm stuck on an ISO keyboard for some reason, I do that quick, and it makes it actually usable. Yeah, see? Can we find an example that's with... Okay, you can see the difference very clearly here. Your pinky has to reach way further there than it does here. A whole additional key over. Yeah. Get good at typing. It'll make your life much better. It's not that hard to do. Yeah. And my donor surgeries, to be determined. Once I've healed and went through PT on this one, we're going to see how much better my wrist motion is. This surgery was primarily focused on my thumb because my thumb is a fucking disaster. It's like barely been in the socket for months now. Years now, actually. Like 8+ years, probably. I posted the x-rays before. I bet I can find them again. From Theo, x-ray. Here's the x-ray. I broke the growth plate in my wrist when I was really young, and like 15 or 16 when I say really young. And it just kind of left random chunks of shit around in my wrist. You can see that one there. That bone fragment has been slowly tearing apart all the ligaments on this side of my wrist. And every time I turn it, my hand shakes a whole bunch. Like I go like this and it just twitches a whole bunch when I do it. This hand I can rotate totally smooth. This one I couldn't at all. But that wasn't what they wanted to operate on immediately. Their concern was how far my thumb had fallen out of the socket, especially compared to my other hand where it's like perfectly in the socket. So the surgeon insisted that this gets fixed ASAP. Otherwise, I'm going to have arthritis in a year or less. And it's already started to develop. Like I had so many problems with this thumb for a while now. So we did that surgery first. The reason I was going for the surgery wasn't for the thumb. I mean, it was for the thumb, but it was also for the wrist. They didn't want to do the full wrist clean out at the same time here because it would be too invasive, but they did stuff a camera in to look around and see how bad things are. So they have an attack plan for if we do go in for another surgery. But yeah, because of this guy and because of that and also the spur there, I cannot rotate this hand at all. If I want to rotate my wrist, I have to move my elbow. I can't just do this. I have no motion at all there. I haven't done my words per minute since this. Before I was at around 165. I'll have that limited motion for 2 months, and then I'll have slightly more motion when I'm in a temp splint afterwards for a bit. Yeah, I'm getting an official cast in a week and a half. Also, hi YouTube. Sorry, I haven't had YouTube chat open. Yo, Stefan, thanks for joining T3 Club. Let me thank all the subs. Actually, I'll thank you all in a sec. I need to dump my tea bag, or I'll forget. Tasks like that are the ones that are the most annoying right now, if I'm being totally honest. Let's label these correctly. Label priority. There's something else I wanted to film a video on. I also want to make a new page in here. Okay. Something I wanted to do is every time I film a video for at least the first week or two where my hand is screwed, I want to make a joke that's like, don't worry about my hand. You should see the other guy. It's just AI. The transplant went well. I'm now 10% AI. Uh, I saw Mongo DB engineer at a bar. I like Anthropic's Lawyers Got to Me. That was a good one. Discord notification, thank you. Sec for that. Cool, there's that. Let me hop here for a sec. Nothing in research. Cool. Anyways, thank all the subs that I missed while I was getting ready. Sorry again for the delay today. Blame my cats and me being one-handed. And also technical difficulties as always. Yo, Shamu with the 10 bomb right as we started. Damn, I wasn't even sitting down yet. Appreciate that a ton. Chesk here with the 5 bomb. Thank you for that. Crazy Philip with the prime 28 months in. Rudo was taken 34 months, almost at that 3-year mark. God damn, I've been streaming for way too long. We got NMG here hitting the 26-month mark. Rip Grim, good to see you. 3 months in now. Ronan with 32 months of support. Grim with the gift. Then Matt with a 10 bomb. So many gift subs today. Thank you guys so much. Yo, Jeffrey, this is, we read one of his posts, right? Yeah, Jeff, you were the dev. Yeah, just making sure you're the guy who was at Warp. I hope things are going well with your hunt. If not, hit me up tomorrow and we will fix that. Oh, Cutler. Oh, no, don't do this to me today. Not when Mark's in the air and we can't talk about it together. Oh, Cutler. Oh, Cutler. I made the mistake my freshman year of taking bio because you have to for all science majors, and CS is a science major. And the intro bio class is one of the most notoriously unnecessarily difficult classes at my school. And I took data structures with Cutler as my first semester, my first year of college, and I almost died. But then once I got through all of that, everything was so easy that I did 20 to 24 credits every semester from that point and got 2 degrees in 3 years. So Cutler breaking my ass the first year got me good enough to grind much harder from that point. Oh, you worked on Submiti? Oh, I remember when Submiti started. That was an adorable project. I still talk with Sevi all the time. I invested in his new company. Yeah, this is somebody who went to the same college as me is in chat, and Barb Cutler was the professor that did CS2 usually, the data structures class at RPI, and it was a brutal class. That's good to hear. Submiti was a lot better than all the alternatives at the time. Another OpenAI acquisition. Fuck, did I get a check into Alex? Let me check my investments quick. I know I was in talks with them. Fuck, I didn't. Fuck. I'd have OpenAI stock right now. Fuck me. Fuck. Ugh. That actually reminds me, I have to go sign something. Give me 1 sec. If I don't, I might miss out on more important stock. It's not actually more important than having stock in OpenAI. I have to sign Series B docs for a conversion quick. Oh, I don't want to do that in this browser. Close that. It'd be so cool if DocuSign wasn't like incredibly slow. Funny enough, I use Dropbox Sign a lot more because all the YC companies use it. Sign. Sign. Finish. Cool. I do a lot more signing of things post stream, but this one, if I don't close now, might be a problem. So I just had to get this out of the way. No idea why that redirect happened. Okay, that's done. Cool. We're done with all those things. Yeah, this is a good acquisition for OpenAI. I could do a video on all the OpenAI acquisitions. OpenAI can't stop buying companies. There was the other they just did. There. Those are the big two. What's this? Oh, that's just StatSig's a good telemetry company. Well, if you need Docker, go 32 gigs of RAM or more if you can. If you're not using Docker much, it matters a lot less. At least 8 gigs, though. Let me thank all the subs that I missed when I was doing all of that. CD Villard with the 25 months. Dogpaw hat throwing Jeff the sub. That's what sent me down the last rabbit hole. Thank you for that. Hope you're doing well, Jeff. I read that, Barry. Get squatting. We got Matt Hart here with the 17 months, 31 total. Just got a raise at your startup largely because of me. No, you got the raise because you put in the work. Okay, you said it right after. You would have eventually gotten there. I just put the information out there. If you didn't find it from me, you would have found it from someone else. I'm just one of many sources to get this type of info. I might be the easiest to like get it from, but you wanted the info, you wanted the growth. I just was an angle to get it like that resonated with you. Happy to be part of it. Happy that you were able to use my resources to better yourself, but you were bettering yourself. You did the work, not me. But regardless, congrats, man. Really well deserved. You're a lead dev and outperforming devs with triple your years of experience. And when you want to teach them a useful concept, you find yourself reaching for one of my videos where I covered it. That's awesome. Once you start using Excalibur, you'll quickly become an educator as well. Oh, is X down? Not for me. I haven't been on Twitter like at all today, but I did reply to a Levels things like the one time I opened it. He was going in on Vercel. I actually want to have a like podcast or something with Peter where I explain the value of these things. No. Seeing if I missed anything in notifications seems pretty good. Cool. I think we're in a pretty good spot. Thank you, Jonah, for the Prime, Black Rain for the 4 months, William for the 8 months, Sky Vents for the 4 months, Zovi with the cheer. Thank you for that. Add a new Rust versus TS vid. I don't write enough Rust. We got a Rice Music here with a 5 bomb, NMG Twitch with 12 months, Uber CI, great username, 11 months in. Alejo, always good to see you. Sublapsed, oh no, you're still at 42 months total. I use your sub as the how long have I been streaming for measurement. Hope that you're doing well, man. We got Matt here with the 13 months, Soon here with the 5, TJ with the Prime, Transfer with the Prime, and Grona here with the 6 months. Thank you all. Oh, I like the idea of a Firebase one, but we got to be simpler with it. Yeah, the ZAI cheaper Claude Code plan is actually really interesting. Something I wanted to try. Twitch fixed something on the mobile app? That can't be. I did see you send this. I haven't had a chance to look yet. When did this drop? Oh, very recently. Text to speech. Interesting. I need the opposite. Speech to text is where I'm living life lately. Capital Green. Or sorry, Captain Green. Thank you for the Prime. And Proud Heart for the tier 1. Thank you all. Mozilla wrecked. Oh boy. It did seem like Firefox was going to finally get fixed. That is actually not the case. This was determined to not be happening, but I can put this in my list for the Google stuff. That one's going to be fun. We got a lot of businessy videos today. Here it is. Cool. That's just the database view. Once you have a database, you can make custom views very easily. All of these are different views of the same data. Am I coming soon? It's super convenient. Highly recommend. This. Interesting. Seems like a fun read. Oh god, if anyone else linked this, I'd be sus. Is it gonna make sound?
Lizard.
Yep.
Lizard.
Okay, I need to hit the record button on my camera. Thank you, Januland, for the 28 months, over 2 years, and Whiterun for the Prime. Appreciate you guys. I don't know what I want to start with. So what the fuck's going on with VC could be fun. I have ideas for that. Meek Mill raising. I want to find the Pose Law post before I forget. From Theo Pose. No? Yep. Cool. Meek has not reached out yet. There's a shape of a good joke here for sure, Pop. Oh god, not. Oh. How? Mistral's so fucked. We have it on relatively good record at this point that they haven't built a new model forever. They're literally just putting out wrapped distillations of DeepSeek. They're not worth shit. I had to like fight to not cover the controversy because it was so fucked up and dramatic. Like an ex-employee posted a suicide note and shit. Like it was real bad. But like size to amount of fucked, there is no company in AI that is more fucked at a smaller size. Their shit is so cooked internally. It's bad. As much as people like to shit on startup culture, the fact that there is a culture means that there are things that both are and aren't acceptable. If you're somewhere where there isn't a culture, the criteria for what isn't acceptable isn't really as established, and you can get away with much worse stuff. I did see Socrae. I underestimated how much this would set me back. Actually, that's something we can do on stream a bit. If you guys want to work with me on theorizing scenarios for Snitchbench, we can do that as like a way for me to warm up my voice. Give me a sec to get that open without opening things I don't want to. Cool. So Socrae is going to be working on research and like publishing an actual paper about Snitchbench. But I want to go way harder on the scenarios where it will snitch. I want to theorize more and better scenarios that we can use for this. These are the ones I have so far. I'm going to go hit the record button on my camera, and you guys can theorize about this while I do that. Marker offset. 45. We'll go for 45, 30. Ooh, cheating in school is a good one. I like those. Executive, cheating, purifying uranium. Bioweapons. We have to be careful about what we put in here because a lot of models will just reject to answer or respond. Um, but if I want the email tool, something else I've been considering is a report user tool for some tests where the model has a tool specifically for reporting the user and they can choose who to report to see if given that tool, will it call it. Yeah, I agree with the fine line thing. I tried to do that with the original test where there's 4 messages where you go like 1, 2, 3, 4, and it ramps up the intensity of what's happening. Things like this won't work because the model will immediately reject to respond if the scenario is fucked enough. Ooh, insurance fraud could be fun. Yeah, I'm going to standardize the format for creating these scenarios as like my first big overhaul. And from there, it should be easy for people to contribute potential tests. Yeah, I would say that this fits the categories. Oh shit, Faye with the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. A funny time to join. If you don't know me, I'm Theo. I make YouTube videos live on Twitch. We haven't gotten to the part where we start filming videos yet, and instead I am specking out an overhaul of my AI benchmark that detects how likely a given AI model is to snitch on you. I'm working on, right now we only have one scenario, which is medical malpractice with 4 test cases. And I want to expand it a bunch because Socrae here in chat has volunteered to write and potentially publish actual research about it. So I want to make sure the test is really good before we do that. Yeah. Also, I'm currently one-handed because of skateboard injuries. So what I did for the first test, Socrae, is I ran it a whole bunch and just manually like scrolled through and read through what happened and like what the outputs were. And then from there worked backwards towards what I was actually tracking. It became much easier to know what was and wasn't worth logging once you read through a bunch of the runs. So I still plan on doing that. Like I want to start primarily from the test scenarios and the tools. Once we have these and I do like 50 runs, even like 5 per model, it'll become much easier to read through. Animal neglect's actually a good one. Yeah, the sysprompt stuff is definitely something I want to do. System prompt variation, standard instructions with tool descriptions, standard instructions without tool descriptions, act boldly, and no sysprompt, curious tbh. My thoughts on open cut are public. It'd be really cool if I'm wrong about it. It's with things like that, I take the hard stance because it would be cool to be wrong. And if me explaining why it can't work is enough reason to stop them, then they could never have done it in the first place. But at the same time, it cannot work. There's no world in which open cut's ever useful, much less good. There are fundamental misunderstandings of video and how it works that exist on the team. And I've never seen something get marketed and like shared so heavily without the work being done to actually build it. Yeah, God, don't trigger me on 2997. I'm recording 2997 right now because that's industry fucking standard. That's what every camera records when you set it on 30. Just because most of your software lies to you doesn't mean that all of it should. Mesa 16. Oh, that explains a lot, actually. That explains a ton. More bearish now, but excited. Like, he will do something good eventually. It just needs to be something that's more within reality. Like, you can't just vibe code your way to something as complex as video editing software. It's like video editors are on a similar level of complexity as operating systems, straight up. Like, in many ways, video editing software is more complex. You can't just hack your way through that. I put that in already. Yeah, the resolve engineering is truly absurd. I agree, Socrae. I'm excited to hack on that more when I'm done catching up on everything I'm behind on. Yo, Free, thanks for the Prime. I think App Mafia is lame. Lame as fuck. If you're claiming to make that much money and then you're selling courses, I'm sus. Like, I was going to make a course on DevRel, but the field of DevRel is in such a fucked state, I don't even want to encourage people getting into it accidentally. So, yeah. One sec. Cool. Shall we get started? I think we have enough on this. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Remind me to send this to you post-stream if I haven't already. So, Cray. That one does seem really fun. I want to try it. They've also been awesome. Like, they followed me back early. They DM me with like useful information. They've been great to chat with. I've had good vibes from ZAI. I might check out the desktop. I'm not going to spend money on it, though. I have way too much computer hardware already. Yeah, we can chat about this later. Yeah, I already started the camera. We're good to get started. Sentry's really solid if it's a product that you need. This wouldn't be a snitch bench thing, but would be fun to see how different things respond to. I'm not going to cover the Mistral stuff. It'll drive me mad. What's Sebastian posting about? This does look interesting. There's also the new framework by Dominic, sorry. They make a new account for Ripple. Yeah, I'll follow that. I am actually quite excited about this. I have thought about the audience census. My issue is that you have a limited amount of what I call shelf space, like the amount of things you can put in front of your audience and expect them to see and engage with. And every single one of them that isn't like giving them reason to engage is at a cost to something that could be. So if I hypothetically can do two things that you see or engage with in a given day, I have to be very picky about what things I put out for that. Ideally, both of them are things that will obviously and immediately like grow my audience and make you more likely to engage in the future. Something like a census would be a big ask, because like it's a survey you have to do, and the like that's a space that's being taken away from something that could grow the channel, could grow my audience, could put me in front of other people that I wouldn't be in front of otherwise, could get us a new sponsor, could increase our revenue, could do all of these types of things. So I had to be really careful, like in a admittedly selfish way for me and my team about those types of things. I'm not formally going to GitHub Universe, but I'll be around because it's in the city. Streaming Markdown renderer package. Oh. This might be something we actually use and or fork. He works at Vercel. Need my attention. Be very useful. I don't know if this is a Firebase security breach so much as Firebase is usually configured in a way that's easy to breach. I'd be surprised if there was an actual security issue that was recently discovered in Firebase itself. That took a while to load in. Try running that on the server during build so it's cached, because it looks like static content. I've seen AI elements, but it's been a while. I should look into those again. 10-sec router feels 8. You make navigation fast by figuring out what is slow and fixing it. You got to do a lot of clever bullshit to make that work. I did a lot. It's not as simple as the tech you use. Like, if you bake a cake and it doesn't come out tasting right, switching the ingredients is not always the solution. Sometimes you need to figure out what went wrong during the cooking process. You can make something that feels really fast with most of these setups. You just have to be very smart with things and spend a lot of time in the network tab and in the performance tab figuring out what takes so long. Even if you're on the free tier, you should be able to build that fine. Yeah, free tier, like if you make it a build step, which depending on what markdown render you're using is not too hard, then it will just spit out HTML files for everything, and the hosting will actually be a little bit cheaper because you're not sending as much JS to the users. You're only paying the bill when you run the build. I had to unlist the playlist, but it is findable. I will try to make it easier to find in the future. I'll post it in Discord later or something if people remind me. But we need to start filming videos. Ripple, I would say, is also mid-pry, and the ZAI is also mid-pry. That means we have 5 priority things to cover. I also keep fucking forgetting to hit CodeRabbit back up because we're both very busy, and I want to do that and like do my due diligence with them before covering that, so I will. It means the video is going to be late, but that's fine. Yeah, cool. I think we got enough here. Let's start with the Anthropic raise. I thought I saved links and I didn't. Get all the stuff I need for this one up. I wanted this HN post because I liked this. Yeah, I'll grab that. Copy. Paste. Stop the fucking embeds. Yeah, there's no other hotkey. It's very annoying. Someday. Remind me after stream to take a better look. Yo, Furman _ with the sub. Happy you're enjoying T3 chat and Noon Night as well. Thank you all for the support. That's very broken. Okay, I think I have everything we need for this one. Let's do it. Yeah, SpaceX is not 12 bill. That's very low. They're valued significantly higher than that. A better example I find is Ford. Ford's about 46 billion. Tropic fund raise. Cool. The marker has been set. Let me make a new Scala draw. What was that? 83 billion. Cool. Everything we need for this one. Honestly, this might just be like a read it from the screen start, or start with just like the tweet on the screen as I read it. You know how to do this nowadays. We've raised $13 billion at $183 billion post-money valuation. This investment, led by Iconic Capital, will help us expand our capacity, improve model capabilities, and deepen our safety research. What a raise. I still have sticker shock when I see numbers of this size for companies that are losing money faster than they're making it. On one hand, I get it. On the other hand, it's terrifying. And the question that comes to mind is, what are they going to spend $13 billion on? Also, how does this compare to the valuation of OpenAI? Because they recently raised too. It seems more and more like AI is becoming a cash war more than anything before it. We've had previous markets where there was a bit of like attrition. We've had previous markets where people would spend their money to price out competition, like when Amazon would buy out, or like when Amazon would sell products for cheaper than they were worth in order to kill competitors in those specific spaces. But this is a new level. There's a lot worth digging into here, from what the valuation means to the $1 billion run rate that they're talking about here, to the chaos, or to the utter chaos of how expensive training models has become, to hopefully if all goes well, Anthropic might actually fix their capacity issues too. I'm excited to dive into all of this. But I didn't just raise $13 billion. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. I'll take some credit on this. Yeah, Mitchie, thanks for stopping by. Let's get started on this. We want to talk about the valuation. We want to talk about the training costs to spend 13 bill position against OpenAI. Cool. These are the core pieces I want to talk about with this. There's obviously a lot of layers to any investment like this. I'm going to sneak one more in. The firm who invested. because Iconic, they're not bad, but they're an interesting choice. So let's start first and foremost with this really big number, the 183 billion. So what's interesting about this raise is the ratio. When companies raise money, a valuation is agreed upon between the investors and the people. Or when a company raises money, there's an agreement made to some extent about what the valuation that investment is going in against is. Like, reword that. When a company does a fundraise like this, there's an agreement between the company and the investors for a valuation. The valuation isn't real in the sense that it's not stock you can go sell and make that money off of. When you're this far in, you are getting real stock, though. I've talked a lot in other videos about safe investment. Safe investment is an IOU system where if the company ends up worth less, you get more stock to balance out your investment cost. But once you're investing in Series A onwards, it almost always moves over to convertible notes or traditional like stock purchases like you would expect from traditional investment. So this 13 billion going in has actually resulted in stock being purchased by the company investing. The post-money part is not too important a detail. It basically means that the 13 bill is included in this val. So they're actually worth 170 bill. But once they're handed the 13 bill, they now have more money, so they're worth more. Just makes the math a little easier. So that's 13 divided by 183. Cool. Equals about 7% of the company for 13 billion. That is really, really good and really low dilution. Let me find the last time we talked about this. I talked about this a ton in a recent video about not working at a startup. It's not out yet, but hopefully will be very soon if you want more detail. I don't want to waste too much time here going into it. But every time a company raises money, dilution occurs, which means that more stock is created, which makes the rest of the stock worth less. So if the company starts with 10 million shares of stock and it's split between me and my co-founder, we both have 5 million shares, we both have 50%. Then an investor comes in and buys 15%. That means new stock is created to give them. We still have 5 million shares each, but the value of those shares as a percentage of the company has gone down, but the value of the company has gone up to counteract it. Every raise should result in the valuation of the company going up, but also with more stock being created, the percentage you own goes down. So you might start with 50%, after the first raise be down to like 42, the next raise be down to 35, the next raise be down to 30, the next raise be down to 25, but each of those should add a lot of valuation to the company, sometimes even a digit. So like, I personally would rather own 70% of a company that's worth $100 million than 100% of a company that's worth $5 million. That's the basics of how dilution works. As new stock comes in, or as new investors come in, new stock is created. Your stock is the same. You have as many shares as you had before, but the percentage of the company that represents goes down. It's not like I'm taking something away from you when I raise money and create new stock. It's the creation of the new stock that results in everyone's shares being a smaller percentage. As a founder and a CEO and an exec, it's your goal to limit dilution as much as possible without blocking the valuation going up, as well as the money that you need to do the things you want to do. As we've all probably experienced with Anthropic, they don't have enough capacity. It's basically a known fact that if you want to use Anthropic models and you want them to be reliable, you should be using them on multiple hosts and not just Anthropic's APIs. Thankfully, you can use Anthropic models on things like Google Cloud and Amazon. Thankfully, you can use Thankfully, you can use Claude models on things like Google Vertex on GCP, as well as Bedrock on AWS. So you have options to diversify where your Claude hosting is to keep their much less stable platform from holding you back. Still not fun, but that's reality. They need a lot more GPUs if they want to have their infra platform competitive. But they also need those GPUs for training. Something I have heard from a handful of people is that Anthropic struggles a lot with prioritization with their GPUs, like how much should be going towards training versus how much should be going towards providing APIs for users. They really are a deep tech lab that wants to make good models, and everything else is kind of secondary. And if you don't believe me, go try the Claude.ai website. You'll quickly understand what I'm referring to. It's just not a good user experience because it's not their priority. If I recall, there was even a point where they were outsourcing the development of it to another company because they just didn't want to deal with the website. They just wanted to focus on making models. But now there's an expectation that they provide infra, and there is an increasingly large need for GPUs in order to train these models in the first place. Every new model every major bump for a model like GPT-3 to 4 to 5 often is a 10x in the amount of compute needed and the amount of energy used to train the new model. Yeah. The compute mode, this was a post I saw on Hacker News that I thought did a good humorous way of summarizing the situation. Thank you, Lama Sushi. The compute mode is getting absolutely insane. We're basically at the point where you need a small country's GDP just to stay in the game for one more generation of models. What gets me is that this isn't even a software moat anymore. It's literally just whoever can get their hands on enough GPUs and power infrastructure. TSMC and the power companies are the real kingmakers here. You can have all the talent in the world, but if you can't get 100,000 H100s in a dedicated power plant, you're out. I actually did the math because I have a 5090 in one of my rigs here. I've been running a lot of random stuff on it. I wanted to figure out how much it would cost if I just ran it 24/7 for a month. The electricity cost alone would be over $200 a month. Yes, energy in SF in California isn't particularly cheap, but it's at best twice the price of other places in the US. US electricity is maybe able to go down by 50%, but the fact that running a consumer gaming GPU 24/7 would cost at least $100 a month anywhere in the US is hilarious. That means that in a year-ish, you have hit the MSRP of the card, just in energy cost. So yeah, the electricity is a big piece here that isn't accounted for enough. I've also recently nerd sniped myself on the whole AI uses too much water thing. Not only is it entirely bullshit, but power usage is a much bigger problem. The usage of water in the energy sources that these AI companies are doing, that is a much, much bigger deal than the water usage of the AI companies directly themselves. And I agree, we need better ways to get energy, but that's a whole separate video for another time. Back to this post, though, because I really did like this. I wonder how much of the $13 billion is just prepaying for compute versus actual operation expenses. If it's mostly compute, we're watching something weird happen, like the privatization of Manhattan Project scale infra. Except instead of enriching uranium, we're computing gradient descents. The wildest part is we might look back at this as cheap. GPT-4 training was what, 100 billion? GPT-5 and Opus 4 class are probably 1 billion plus in training. At this rate, GPT-7 will need its own sovereign wealth fund. Actually, though, it's pretty hilarious how expensive this has gotten and how much you need the money to do it. So let's think in the mind of Dario. We are going to pretend we are Dario. We are the founder of Anthropic. We know a couple things. We know devs love our models. We also know that we have to keep, I'll use my voice text. We also know that we have to keep up with the other labs as they're shipping new models. We have to keep up. We've also become painfully aware that with every new model generation, it gets more expensive to train a model. Models keep getting more expensive. And most importantly, we know that we're out of GPUs. Not literally out, but they've very much allocated everything that they have. So they know all of this stuff. They know that they want to keep up with Google and OpenAI. I should include that as well. Google and OpenAI have a nearly infinite war chest of cash. Since Google and OpenAI have so much money ready to go for all the stuff that they're doing, they're very well positioned. So, let's see if anybody's done a good fundraising history for OpenAI. It was 380 Bell Val for their last raise, right? Okay, it's 300 Bill. Yes, got another 8 Bill. We'll say conservatively, they've had like 54 Bill total. 13 Bill a year revenue. And Bill. Okay, cool. And what's the Google stock market cap is 2.79 trillion. 9 trillion. Okay, cool. I have everything we need here. When I say Google and OpenAI have nearly infinite cash, I kind of mean it. OpenAI's recent raise was $40 billion on a $300 billion valuation. They just got another $8 billion, though. We don't even know the cap for that one yet. It's still like just happening. They've raised about $54 billion total across all of the different fundraising and grants and whatnot that they've gotten. Like they started with the grant from YC and Peter Thiel and Musk and whatnot. They got another bill, Series D from Microsoft. None of that's what I was trying to do. Oh, I see what I did there. Yeah. They've raised 52 to 55 bill total. So that's cash that was raised with the explicit goal of spending it to position OpenAI better, to advance their research, advance their position in their market, and help them do well. And it's clearly working because they're currently making $13 billion a year in revenue. That doesn't mean they're profitable. It doesn't mean they're making $13 billion with no cost. That's the amount of money being spent on OpenAI services that comes in from external customers. Over time, they can reduce their costs, of course, and as models get better and more efficient, theoretically, this could become an incredibly profitable company. If they really had to right now, I bet they could. But their focus is on growth at all costs, which is why they raised another $40 billion, because they're spending more than this $13 billion a year, and they want to keep ramping up the spend so they can buy more GPUs, train more models, put out more services, hire more people, acquire more companies that they've been doing a lot of recently. We'll talk about that in a new video soon. And also the craziest part here, they were only at $10 billion a year in June. So in 3 months, they've increased their yearly revenue by $3 billion. That's $1 billion a year in growth every month. Kind of insane. And then there's Google, whose market cap is almost $3 trillion. That's 10x the value of OpenAI. And that's actual stock that's liquid that they can sell. So Google's fine. Google can spend whatever the fuck they want to. They've even built their own processors and their own TPUs for doing a lot of their stuff. So they're in a good spot with the whole Tensor platform. I've been hearing rumors that they're not actually able to make enough chips, and they're using other chips for a lot of inference now because theirs literally just aren't able to be manufactured fast enough. But regardless, they have a very good positioning, both short and long term. This is actually very good. Thank you, Socrae. Anthropic did a podcast recently with the Stripe guys and had some good quotes. Socrae dropped this one here. There's two different ways you could describe what's happening in the model business. Let's say in 2023, you train a model that costs $100 million, and then you deploy it in 2024, and it makes $200 million of revenue. Meanwhile, because of the scaling laws, in 2024, you also train a model that costs $1 billion, and then in 2025, you get $2 billion in revenue from that $1 billion. But now you're spending $10 billion to train the next model. That's the thing that's so interesting, is if you spend this crazy amount of money, it takes a year to make the thing. The next year you can make quite a bit of money back, but you have to spend, you might make 2x back, but you have to spend 10x more for the next year. It's pretty nuts. But there are other pieces I want to really dig into here. The big one is the ratio difference here, because we see 40 bill on 300 bill. That's a bit over 10%, especially if they just took another 8 bill. We'll just pretend that's over the same 300. This 40 bill cost OpenAI around 16% of the company. So OpenAI gave up 16% to raise 48 bill. Anthropic looked at things a little different. They again went back to their current knowledge. They know devs love their models. They have to fight if they want to keep up. Models are getting more expensive. They need more GPUs. Google and OpenAI have a nearly infinite amount of cash. But as any good business person wants, they want to But of course, as any good business person wants to, they really want to limit dilution. They don't want to just give away the whole company to random external parties and investors, because investors generally kind of suck. So ideally, you avoid giving up too much to them. And 7% dilution is a really, really low number. Again, OpenAI had to give up 16% of their company for their last raise. When investors are throwing in these 10 bill plus numbers, as silly as it sounds, the difference between 10 billion and 30 billion for a lot of these giant late stage investors isn't very big. They're not thinking about these numbers, as crazy as that might sound. They're thinking about the long term. They're thinking about having 10% of 3 trillion. Because 10% of 3 trillion is $300 billion. So this kind of gets wiped out if that happens. So the thing that OpenAI, so most of these investors are down to put in more money as long as they get a higher percentage. I guarantee you, I can virtually guarantee that Iconic would have been very excited to put 26 bill in instead and get 14%. They would have loved to do that. But Anthropic doesn't want more money. They want enough money, and they want to limit dilution. So you kind of have to balance these things out when you're raising. You have to balance out how much money do you need? How high is too high for your valuation? How much dilution are you willing to take? You got to kind of balance these three pieces: the money, the valuation, and the dilution. If it seems like you just want the valuation to be as high as possible, right? Kind of. If the valuation goes too high and then you have to raise again and you can't raise that same valuation or you can't go higher, then you kind of screwed yourself. There's a great clip from Silicon Valley about this and the down round. I'm scared to play it because it might get us demonetized, but the fact that if you raise at too high a val and then you run out of money and need more, you have to raise at a lower valuation. That means that your previous investors are going to be pissed and try to like claw back a higher percentage. Like if you raise at 200 bill and you sell 10% at 200 bill, and then you're out of money, you need more, but you can only raise at 100 bill. Even if you only sell 5% at that point, your investors from the 200 bill round are going to be pounding at your door. And they might even have terms that they've agreed to where if the value goes lower before you IPO or before you sell, we get a higher percentage back. So that 200 bill at 10% might convert to 20% instead. So taking that lower round might get you a little more money, but you also just gave up 15% of your company instead of 5. So these are the things you have to consider. So you have to make sure you're getting the money you need to fight, but not too much because then you're increasing dilution. You want a high valuation in order to lower the dilution, but not too high because then you won't be able to raise money in the future. And it's this weird tug of war between these three different pieces that you have to consider when you're raising. And the stakes are a hell of a lot higher when we're talking about $200+ billion companies. So now the natural question is, who the fuck is Iconic? I've vaguely heard about these guys, and honestly, I understand. I tend to be much earlier stage. I invest in companies when they're worth less than $100 million, not when they're worth billions. I don't think I've ever written a check to a company with a valuation over 300 mil. Usually I invest when they're worth 20 to 30. And here we can see all of the different companies that they've invested in. Most of these are things I've never heard of, with the occasional one that I have, like Canva, Calendly, Databricks, Datadog, Fastly, Figma, Epic. Investing in Epic Games is actually really hard. They don't raise much. They got in on Uber. It feels like everyone got in on Uber at some point. But this is a very small number of companies. Like I've invested in a similar number of companies, but I'm investing significantly smaller amounts. I don't own percentages of anything. I own like 0.005 or 0.001% of these businesses. Apparently they were in FTX, which is hilarious. What happens when I click the AI button? Not much smaller. They are putting Notion in as an AI company and GitLab as well, to be fair, but interesting. The point I'm trying to make here is that these guys come in later and invest very large amounts. There are 3 general types of investors in private startups. There is early stage, there's growth PMF stage. Probably has other names, but I don't care. Oops. And there's late stage. So let's just think of how much is the info for Scale AI fundraising history. I just want to see if I can find a company that's history is relatively public. Let me sign in quick. Fucking hate Crunchbase. It's so useful, but I hate it so much. Cool. Here is just a... Oh, shit. Thank you for the gift subs. Really appreciate that, Matt. Yeah. For a quick company to reference, this is Scale AI. This is the company that just had like 50% of their equity bought out by Meta in order for them to acquire the CEO and a bit of the team and pull them over. It was a very interesting round. But if we look here, we can't see the valuations. It tends to not be public, but we can see how much money they raised, and we can usually infer what the valuations were at these points in time. So the seed round was 120K. That's probably like a 1 to 5 mil valuation. So they probably sold around 10% of the company here. So imagine that we got in then. So if we're talking about Scale AI, and again, we don't know the caps, we just know what they raised here. We'll say the 120K was over 1.2 mil, which would make that 10%. Almost immediately afterwards, Excel comes in. Excel's a really good firm. They mostly do early to mid stage, so they'll come in during the seed, like right after somebody comes through YC, occasionally, but they're more focused on Series A. So here they put in 4.5 million, along with 9 other investors. Send to click that. So here they raised 4.5 mil. At this point, I would argue they're between the two, but we'll just say they're at this stage now. So say it was 4.5 mil over 50 mil. I'll do 45 to just keep the percentages easy for myself. Again, we're making up the other number. So the first investors early stage spent $120,000 and got 10%. The next stage spent 4.5 million and got the same percentage. To be fair, that did dilute these early investors a little bit, but not a lot. In fact, actually, no, if those were safe investments, they would actually convert at the same. So no, that would be 10% for real. Cool. So these two parties, even though one spent 120K, one spent 4.5 mil, have the same percentage of the company now. Now let's go much later to like Series F, where Excel actually came back in, crazy enough, and invested $1 billion. Oops. So now it's 1 billion over, let's say 10 bill, just to keep the math nice and easy. Now you have to spend $1 billion if you want 10% of the company. But then there is the final stage, the exit. This is the IPO. This is the company selling. This is a lot of different things. Scale had a weird exit because they like half sold to Meta. Yeah. Meta bought half of the equity from Scale, which made them a $29 billion company because they spent $14.3 billion for 49%. So now at the exit, we'll just say they're worth $29 billion. If you bought in late stage, you just converted $1 billion to $2.9 billion. So they 2.9x'd by investing at this stage. But if you invested in the growth, like early growth PMF stage, you 6,400x'd what you put in. But if you got an early stage, you 240,000x'd. What are you showing me in chat? Oh, the old Repl YC videos up. This sounds very fun to watch later. Yeah. So again, when you invest early stage, you have the potential to have a massive, absurd return. And as you go later stage, the size of that return as a multiplier goes down. But the more important thing is the likelihood that the company succeeds as they go down these stages. The early stage companies fail like 99% plus of the time. It's almost a guarantee that when you're investing in companies this stage, that they're gonna fail. But if you get in the right one early enough, you can easily 200 to 200,000x your money. And to be fair, the dilution would have hit and knocked that 10% down to like 8, maybe 5, worst case. You still 120,000x your money. We're still talking about billions of dollars for a $120,000 investment. Once you get into this stage, failure rate goes down a bit. You can argue how much, depends on a lot of different things, but the failure rate does go down. And once you get to this stage, it goes down quite a bit. So as you go further in, you are de-risking, but also massively decreasing the potential multiplier for what you're investing in. So each of these stages has different parties that focus on it. Y Combinator is exclusively on this early stage. They put in 500K and they get 7 to 10% of your company. That's what they do. They will not negotiate on that. They make their money. These growth and PMF ones tend to be more firms like Founders Fund, A16Z, Excel, Sequoia. But these ones, more and more so, especially the bottom three, tend to drift into late stage. Usually any given investor will drift a little down the chain. Even I'm guilty of this to an extent, where Y Combinator is obviously very focused on early stage, but they tried doing a growth fund where they would invest in the best YC companies during their Series A stuff. They've largely stopped doing that, but they did for a while maintain a growth fund for the handful of companies they wanted to invest in as they got here. A16, Excel, and Sequoia are all similar, where they might not jump on a company they've never worked with before in a later stage investment or raise. But if Excel knows how good Scale AI is, and they have $1 billion around to commit, and they genuinely think there's a 90% plus chance they're going to 3x that money, they're more than happy to throw it in. And then there are these late stage folks. These guys are a different breed. I'm honestly not as familiar with them because it's just so far from the section of this ecosystem I live in. But that's going to be companies like Iconic, the one we're just talking about here for Anthropic. It's going to be companies like SoftBank, the Japanese investment firm that did a bunch of questionable investments, including the Builder AI guys that were the India scam. They also invested, I believe, in FTX. I am positive that they invested in WeWork really heavily. They're the ones who gave WeWork the lifeline that they spent billions of dollars of and then failed. So they have questionable investments, but they've also made crazy return on a handful too. They have a lot of conviction for their late stage. It's SoftBank's actually really interesting because they kind of act like Y Combinator, where they take wild bets, but they're doing it at a crazy stage. Like they're not betting $100,000 to $500,000 on something weird. They're betting 2 to 10 billion instead. And when you look at this other $8 billion OpenAI is raising, you see this Dragoneer investment group, which seems to be a fund that is getting money from various other more traditional financial groups and then pouring that into these startups that they might not be able to talk to. Like Blackstone or Fidelity might not be able to invest in OpenAI directly, but if Dragoneer goes to them and says, hey, we have $8 billion of allocation that we can invest into OpenAI. If you want part, give it to us and we'll invest on your behalf as a fund. it seems like Dragoneer kind of just went and talked to everybody that would want to get into OpenAI but can't, contributed 2.8 bill of their own money, and then all these others came in as well as part of this extra 8 bill being raised. Yeah. And the other 40 bill was, of course, SoftBank. But again, with these late stage investments, usually they, as I said before, don't care too much about the distinction between 10 bill and 30 bill because they want a percentage. They're willing to spend absurd money in order to have a potential absurd return. So when SoftBank goes in for one of these as a relatively iconic, nice to work with firm, they're not going to take less than the percentage they want. SoftBank wants at least 10%. So they fought with OpenAI to get the valuation and the money, so they fought with OpenAI to make sure the valuation and the money given was a good enough balance to get them at least their 10%. And they did. They gave 40 bill for a 300 bill valuation. That puts them a little over 10%. I'm sure they're more than happy with that. But Dario wanted to fight. Dario did the ballsy thing of raising Dario did the ballsy thing of fundraising and Dario did the ballsy thing of raising at a less than 10% dilution cap for this round. 7% dilution this late stage and for billions of dollars is really nuts. But that was a decision he made because he just wanted the money to continue going. And my guess is the reason he went with Iconic is they were the late stage firm that was willing to commit 13 billion that wouldn't fight really hard to get a higher percentage. And I'm assuming he shopped around and talked to these other firms as he was trying to figure out how to get the amount of money he needed to buy all the GPUs they need and spend all of the money on all the training they want to do for the next generation of models. Because this next generation is going to cost at least 10 bill to train. And he doesn't have 10 bill around to spend. So how can you get that 10 bill that you need with as little dilution as possible? You talk to a bunch of firms and you find the one that's willing to bend over the most. And that's what they did with Iconic, which is particularly interesting because the 183 billion post-val puts them at over half the valuation of OpenAI. Personally, I don't really care how you feel about Anthropic versus OpenAI. I think we can all agree that OpenAI is at least twice as valuable, if not more so, than Anthropic right now. I would argue that OpenAI's chance of success and potential valuation is probably 5 to 10 times higher than Anthropic's is right now, especially. Count for my biases. I obviously like the OpenAI guys a lot. Anthropic's actually bridged the gap with me a bit too, and I'm proud of them for doing that. They've invited me to the office to go hang with some people, higher up people even. They want to fix the weird vibes I've been getting. But at the same time, I have much more confidence in OpenAI's ability to deliver long-term and also scale their revenue. Again, $1 bill a month of additional revenue for 3 months straight, from 10 to 13 bill a year in 3 months is insane. That's actually absurd. Compounding growth is wild. So I think the 183 bill is a high valuation for where they're at and what they're doing. But if they do succeed, then next year they'll be worth 400 bill and they can do this again. And that's kind of the bet they're making, is if they do this and they get this money, they will stay relevant next year and they can raise on an even higher valuation as this bubble continues to grow. And if it turns out the bubble can't keep growing and it's going to burst instead, then none of this mattered anyways. They weren't going to survive. So this is a bet on the continued growth and scaling of this entire industry. And even then, Dario hedged and gave up as little a percentage as possible, which means previous investors keep more, he keeps more, employees keep more. And I hope he's letting some of those employees do exits here too, or if you were a day one Anthropic person and now your equity is technically worth $200 million, but you can't do anything with it. It's not uncommon for these raises, these late stage ones in particular, to allow for employees to do some secondary market sales of their equity in order to finally have some cash in the bank. So I would assume they're doing some of that here too. I know Anthropic's been really good about that stuff overall. Regardless, crazy to do this at 7% dilution. Crazy that their valuation is so close to OpenAI's. Crazy that their downtime is still as bad as it is, considering how much money they have. They got at best 2 nines of reliability. It's time to fix it. Oh, and man, don't get me started on the fact that Opus 4.1 was on some broken mode and was parameterized for like 6 days straight. So the model just wasn't behaving for almost a week. And nobody noticed until someone had a viral tweet and got a bunch of shit for it. And it turned out they were right. Yeah. Ugh. They needed GPUs badly. They also need better monitoring and they need a lot of other little things. But regardless, they have the money. This is going to be interesting. I have no idea where this is going to go. I'm excited to see how things ramp up, and I am hopeful that this enables Anthropic to make their infra more reliable and continue to train better models. The bubble might burst immediately. It might keep going. It's impossible to know for sure, but it's been exciting at the very least. Hopefully, Anthropic's lawyers don't break my other arm for this video. Let me know what you guys think, and until next time, peace, nerds. Yeah, thank you, Matt HeartDev, for the tier 3 for 31 months. Fucking legend. Muda with the Prime. Bot Cooper, the legend. Tier 3 for 3 years. Matt with the gifts. Thank you again for that. Yash with the 27 months. Fucking legend. JST Eagle with the tier 1. Mitch saying he can't stay for long. Happy to drop by regardless. Oh shit, Maya dropped by with the raid. Appreciate that a ton. Trying to remember what you stream. I feel like I've watched before, but my brain is not working for me. Oh yeah, you're Rustev. Yeah. Good shit. Thanks for stopping by. For those who don't know, I'm Theo. I film YouTube videos live on Twitch. Yeah, my arm's in rough state. It's not broken so much as it had a bunch of problems. I just had surgery to correct them, but now I can't use my hand for a while. Making the most of it, learning how to deal with it. Thank you so much for the raid. Mostly talking about random AI stuff today. It's been a lot. Actually, only half of this is AI. Not bad. We're 2 hours in. I filmed one video. I can't do this just yet. I'll be sure to save this for later. And I guess it's only 2 minutes long. Fine, I'll watch it. Motherfucker. You guys are going to get me DMCA'd. I hate you guys. I hate you guys so much. What are we talking about next? Yeah, honestly, I'm considering that. That's a good post. I can't be bothered with Mistral. I'm gonna find the actual PDF. And cool, this is the one. Nice. Okay, I think it's a different document. The APM. I've been this deep in legal docs for a minute. No. Should be the same. Just trying to find the fucking remediations in the official doc. Anybody happen to have the page this is on? I'm not putting 216 pages of PDF through T3 chat. Costs are big enough already. I'm gonna see if there are other docs. Okay, it's in the 270s. Sentence sanctions. Nobody's found the page for this for me still. That's annoying. Okay, there's no way that Gemini only occurs twice in here. We're going to download the PDF and I'm going to open it. In anything else. Okay. Okay, it's searching really far in, but it's not finding it. There's more than one doc? What other fucking document am I looking for then? It seems like there was just the one doc here. Will this have... Not looking likely for this one, sadly. Oh, this is 529. This is absolutely not. This is an old-ass document, sadly. I'm trying to find this quote. Where is it? Google will not be barred from making payments or offering other considerations to distribution partners for preloading or placement of Google search. Looking for bullet points. Ooh. What do you got for me here? Page 8? Aha. There we go. Thank you. What the fuck's going on this then? Is this not the same doc? Okay, what is the difference between these documents then? Okay, this was the 902. Oh, okay. That's the 1030 versus... Are you fucking kidding me? They're both memorandum opinions. The fuck? They're the same case. Same document type. It's just a 1 month apart in slight difference. That's so fucking annoying. Thank you, chat. In particular, Thank you to Krish. Oh, that's 2024. Okay, that makes more sense. I was looking at a 2024 doc the whole time. Fuck me. Okay. Lesson learned. Thank you, chat. Appreciate y'all immensely. Cool. I think we're ready to film. Thank you, Pixels, for the sub, and thank you again, Chris, for finding that and for resubbing. The hardest thing to do with one hand, putting on jackets. Most of my jackets don't fit. It's not that I have one hand, it's that this hand is so big because of the cast that I can't fit into much of anything. Even like half my shirts don't fit. It's actually so annoying. Also, showering's awful. I have a like arm rubber thing I can put over, but I hurt my hand every time I do it because my entire arm is huge, and even just getting the like thing I cover my arm with around it hurts a ton. So those are the most annoying things for sure. Everything else is just kind of like expected. Like carrying things sucks. A lot of other things are annoying. First shower with the cast off is going to be great. Yeah, someday, months from now. Let's film this. God. It's been a bit since we had a good antitrust case. Google is really coming. I don't want to start this one. I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with the Google antitrust case, but I can't help myself. I love these things. Google's a fascinating company that has a large amount of products that cover a ton of different industries. And the case is finally closed. The US has been suing Google for almost 10 years now. The US has been going after Google for almost 10 years now over this huge antitrust case about how Google's used their positioning in the market to force a forever monopoly in search. And now it's over. They have been found to be in violation of multiple antitrust acts, in particular the Section 2 of the Sherman Act. And it seems like there will be real remediations here, according to this publication from the Office of Public Affairs in the Trump admin. As they said, the Justice Department's antitrust division won significant remedies in its monopolization case against Google in online search. Sounds like a good win, right? The market's about to get way more open. Or is it? These things are never that simple, and I spent a lot of time combing through these legal docs trying to find the actual remediations that are happening, and the results are a lot more favorable to Google than we might want to admit. Or retake on that bit. I've spent way too much time combing through these docs and various Twitter threads from various lawyers all about what's going on with this case. And it seems like Google's going to get away with a lot more than is implied here. A lot more. Enough more that I am quite concerned. Good news for Firefox users. You guys will still get funding at least, but for everyone else, competition's not going to happen. But for everyone else, competition's not going to happen. Google's not going to be forced to sell Chrome, and hopefully they're not going to break my other arm for me covering all of this. I can't wait to break down everything that went right and wrong with this case and what it means for Google and other businesses that compete with them long term. But first, I did not get any remediations from this, and we have bills to pay, especially because I can't even code myself right now. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Okay. So according to the Office of Public Affairs in the U.S. Department of Justice, these are significant remedies against Google. In U.S. versus Google, the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia prohibited Google from entering or maintaining exclusive contracts relating to the distribution of Google Search, Chrome, Google Assistant, and the Gemini app, ordered Google to make certain search indexes and user interaction data available to rivals and potential rivals, and also ordered Google to offer search and search text ad syndication services to enable rivals and potential rivals to compete. This sounds like a lot. In particular, the lack of exclusive contracts for distributing Google search is kind of a death knell. In case you didn't know this, Google spends literally billions of dollars a year on companies like Apple and Microsoft. In case you didn't already know this, Google spends literally billions a year just paying Apple and Mozilla to make Google search the default on iOS and Firefox, respectively. Most of Firefox's development is funded by Google, paying them to make sure the default search stays Google. I don't think they're doing that because they get $550 million of value out of it every year from people using Google search on Firefox. Let's be real, the average Firefox user is both not worth a whole lot of money and isn't going to stick with Google anyways. They're going to go use a different search engine. The reason they do that is because it allows for Firefox to keep being developed and for the ecosystem to not become a giant Chrome monopoly, which, believe it or not, they don't actually want. They want the web to keep getting better so that they can keep building products on the web and not having to build a Windows app and a Mac app for every single thing they do. The Apple thing, however, that's absolutely a cash grab. They're spending $1 billion plus a year on Apple, putting iOS search as Google for default, because the average iOS users are going to use whatever search it does. They want to maintain that. They're going to spend a lot of money to maintain that. It's probably even more at this point. Those numbers aren't public, but the $1 billion rumor has been going around for a while. I see why they would do that. That is monopolistic behavior, though. If you're trying to build a competitor to Google search, and Google's paying all of the different providers of hardware and software to make Google the default, and you don't have $1 billion to outbid them, you're just screwed. You can't compete with that. That is, by nature, anti-competitive. Other examples of this type of behavior would be the way Gemini works in Chrome. They gave Gemini exclusive access to this new special button in Chrome, those who use their AI on their browser. If other AI providers don't have the same level of integration capability as Google does there, and Google shipping it by default, they are using their monopoly in browsers to force a win in other spaces. That is when monopolies get bad, when you use vertical leverage against different areas and different markets. Because you won one market, you can force wins in others. Another fun example of this would be the way that game subscriptions work on iOS. On iPhone, you can subscribe to Apple's Arcade for some amount of money a month and have access to all the games that Apple went and bought the rights to so that you can download them as part of your subscription. You can't use competing game subscription platforms because Apple doesn't allow you to do licensing like that on the App Store. They wouldn't even let you stream games until recently because they got in legal trouble for that. They could just shut out industry categories they didn't like because they had such a large portion of the smartphone market, and in particular, exclusive access to app distribution on iPhone. Since Apple chooses what apps are allowed to go out, they can leverage that over other things. Or since Apple chooses what apps can go out, they can leverage that and use it to force a win in places that they might not even be competitive in. That is why we have antitrust laws, because we want for competition to continue to make better products. And if you can't use a competitor's product because the other product you're using prevents it, that sucks. And that's why this case happened, because Google's used their monopoly on Chrome and on search to extend their monopolies on Chrome and search, as well as build up potential monopolies in other spaces. Now, if they're spending the money they make on search to make search better, to make search more successful and get more people using search, that's not a violation of like vertical bounds. They're not spending money from one thing or using resources from one thing to force a win in another thing. Like when Amazon banned, or like a funny example of that would be Amazon banning Chrome Stick, or like Google really hasn't done something similar to Amazon, for example, when they banned distribution of Chromecasts and other Google streaming boxes on Amazon because they wanted to sell Fire Sticks instead. That would be a vertical boundary violation. Google just isn't doing that as much. They're surprisingly open for how gigantic and evil they are. That said, there were things found, and we should talk about what they're going to do. especially because this part sounds really, really damning. If Google isn't allowed to do exclusive contracts relating to distribution of Google Search, Chrome, Assistant, and Gemini, that theoretically means they can't pay Apple for Google Search anymore. Or worse, they can't pay Firefox for Google Search anymore, which means Firefox all of a sudden can't survive. Like, they don't have enough money to build Firefox if they don't get the Google money. The browser I'm using right now, Zen, could very well have its core rot and die if Google's not allowed to pay Mozilla anymore for Google Search. The court's ruling today recognizes the need for remedies that will pry open the market for general search services, which has been frozen in place for over a decade. The ruling also recognizes the need to prevent Google from using the same anti-competitive tactics for its Gen AI products as it used to monopolize search. The remedies will reach Gen AI technologies and companies. So what are they doing? Let's read through the remedies. Google will be barred from entering or maintaining any exclusive contract relating to the distribution of Search, Chrome, Assistant, and Gemini. They should not enter or maintain any agreement that conditions the licensing of the Play Store or any other Google application on the distribution, preloading, and placement of Google Search, Chrome, Search Assistant, or Gemini anywhere on a device. This is a big piece. If you're on Android, you need the Play Store. The Play Store is how you get apps on Android. There have been attempts to do other app stores, and most of those attempts have failed hilariously badly. There was another case earlier this year that I covered that was Epic versus Google, and Epic slaughtered Google, forcing them to make the whole Play Store catalog available to other app stores, forcing them to no longer be able to pay other hardware companies like, I don't know, Samsungs and companies like that from using Google Play Store exclusively on their devices, and generally opening up the market for new app stores on Android. I wish that the Apple case went as well as the Google one did. Yeah. The Play Store ruling was insane. In particular, the giving access of the whole catalog to external providers is insane. This piece here, though, seems very specifically tied to Play Store. It seems like a thing Google would do is they would not let you have Play Store and get Play Store certification on your Android phone as a manufacturer if you didn't also make Google Search the search engine. So they were using their monopoly on the App Store for Android to force Google to be the search engine on Android. That is, again, vertical violations. They are using their win in this one space to force wins in others. And since Android is the dominant third-party operating system for manufacturing smartphones, they're able to make Play Store monopolistic too by making it the only place you can get most of the apps and using the success of Android to lock this app store in. Crazy. They're also not allowed to do contracts that allow for, they're also not allowed to do a contract that requires all of Google's things be added. For example, if you have Google Search on your Samsung phone and Google makes money off of ads from that search placement, they might have a contract where they'll give you 20% of that ad revenue from having Google Search as the default, but they'll only give you that percentage if you also include all of Google's other things. That is the bundling, stapling on thing that this court case and this remediation series seems to be focused on nailing in. Google can't just force you to include all of their stuff because you want to get rev share on Google Search or you want to get rev share on the Play Store. Each one of those applications has to have its own rev share model. You can't be forced to get all of Google's rev share stuff just because you want one app's rev share. This is a very big change for how these deals occur between Android and Google versus. This is a big change in how Google has to negotiate these deals with handset manufacturers building Android phones. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Google starts divesting in Android heavily because they've taken two big hits on Android. Like, this is much bigger hit for Android than it is for Google. And honestly, Google makes more money on the average iPhone user than Android user anyways. Android's role was to bring smartphones to a larger portion of the market and make internet-based services more accessible to the rest of the world. And they've succeeded in that. Everyone has a smartphone now in every market they can reasonably make money on. They don't need Android to keep winning for Google to keep winning on mobile. And they know that. The last notable piece on this remediation is they can't prohibit other partners from simultaneously distributing other search engines, browsers, and AI products. So if Samsung does a deal with Google where they're going to include Gemini and Google Search and get rev share, and then OpenAI comes by and says, hey, we want to make a similar deal, Google's deal can't lock out other competitors. Here is where the big things occur, though. This is the Google lost, but how big did they lose? It honestly seems like Android is the big loser because Google isn't going to be required to divest Chrome or a lot of the other deals that they have. Google will not be required to divest Chrome, nor will the court include a contingent divestiture of Android in the final judgment. Plaintiffs overreached in seeking forced divestiture of these key assets, which Google did not use to effect any illegal restraints. There we go. The court has now said loud and clear, Google has not used Chrome or Android directly to do illegal restraints. They have used them alongside other things indirectly to do it. But those other things and the agreements with those other things are the problem. I have been saying this from day one. Google's way of running Chrome is really not that monopolistic when you consider all of the details for it, especially when you consider the fact that of the 20 browsers on my computer, 18 of them are based on Chrome. Google has not operated Chrome in a particularly monopolistic way. I am pumped that the court understands it. It seems like the US courts are getting a lot better at the tech stuff finally. Next point. Google will not be barred from making payments or offering other consideration to distribute Google will not be barred from making payments or offerings other Next point. Google won't be barred from making payments or offering other consideration to distribution partners for preloading or placement of Google Search, Chrome, or GenAI products. Cutting off payments from Google almost certainly will impose substantial, and in some cases crippling, downstream harms to distribution partners, related markets, and consumers, which counsels against a broad payment ban. This is the big deal. This is the Google won't be banned from paying Apple and Firefox, and I love the call out here that this would almost certainly impose substantial, or in some cases crippling, downstream harms to distribution partners, related markets, and consumers. Absolutely. If Google was to be banned from paying Firefox, Firefox dies. If Google was to be banned from paying Apple, Apple has to go to a worse search provider to get some type of contract out of them that's worse. Now, iPhones have to cost more money because they're not being subsidized by Google. Lots of things downstream get worse if Google can't do deals like this. The nature of the deals might be bad, or the details of the deals might be bad, but the overall nature of them does allow for better experiences for users and, more importantly, for a more competitive market. And here's where things get fun again. Google will have to make available to qualified competitors certain search index and user interaction data, though not ad data, as sharing such would deny Google the fruits of its exclusionary acts and promote competition. I need to reread that last section. Here's where things start getting fun again, though, with the restrictions on search. In particular, they now have to make qualified competitors have access to their search indexing and user interaction data. So all the work they've put into indexing the web now has to be exposed to competitors. So companies like Microsoft with Bing, Perplexity, potentially even stuff like DuckDuckGo, obviously OpenAI and Anthropic, all of these companies that have to build their own search now can have access to some of the data that Google has collected and refused to share. Very fun. They do call out that ad data is not included here, but by sharing the search indexing data, Google now won't have, but by sharing the search indexing and user interaction data, all the weird shit Google did to be the exclusive company able to collect this won't benefit them exclusively anymore. Yeah. The court has narrowed the data sets that Google is required to share to tailor to remedy their anti-competitive conduct. They're also going to be forced to allow qualified competitors to do search and text ad syndication services that are compatible with Google's platform to enable them to deliver high quality search results and ads in order to compete with Google while they develop their own search technology and capacity. These are the really interesting pieces. Again, it's similar to the ruling in the Android App Store case where where the Play Store has to expose its catalog to competitors in order for those competitors to be able to catch up within a couple years. So they're forcing Google to allow for access to some of their technology and some of their platform to competitors so that they can start ramping up and building their own solutions to make the market more competitive. It's also worth noting that usually when there's an agreement like this, or it's also worth noting that when there are remediations like this in these modern tech cases, it's relatively common for there to be a memorandum, like an amount of time it can go for. And if in that amount of time, the market doesn't see meaningful competitors come out, then the remediation will end and nothing changes. There's a chance that what Google has here is a natural monopoly where they just have the better product, the competition can't make anything better, and they will continue to have it because Google won. They are the industry standard, they're the default. It is also possible that they're only winning because of their anti-competitive bullshit. If the anti-competitive bullshit is toned down for 5 years and all of the things that Google has that are advantages are given to their competition, and the competition still can't make any real headway in 5 years, that suggests that these remediations aren't necessary and they will probably be lifted. I'm guessing that is probably detailed much further down in this document somewhere. Yeah. It's also worth noting that building an ad network is really, really hard. The only actually successful ad platforms in the world are Google and Meta. Facebook's ad network is incredibly powerful, and Google's is probably just as powerful. Meta's better at micro-targeting for specific demographics and areas and whatnot. Google has much better general targeting and abilities to get ads everywhere in the world, better video ads, better all sorts of other things. Amazon's ad platform is a fucking joke. I worked at Amazon and Twitch when we were trying to integrate it. Absolute shit show. Absolute shit show. Yeah, so potential for competition in the ad space is very interesting. Apparently, Elon was just streaming earlier talking about ads. I'm excited to check that out later. If you don't know, Elon and I have a long-standing beef about ads. Let me see if I can find this clip quick. I should post in this channel again. I miss it. I didn't know my honey video did that well. Goddamn. Elon doesn't understand. Thought I had the clip in here. Do I not? Oh, here it is. Thankfully, Elon did agree with me on some of these points in the video ad bit. Main problem that we saw was getting good. Is there a link to the whole VOD anywhere here? There isn't. From Theo, no reason in particular.
Twitter can accurately recommend tweets to you that you don't explicitly follow. It can by the same token also show ads that are relevant to you.
So the way that a lot of platforms do ad sales and a lot of like purchasers expect ads isn't necessarily I'm going to give you these ads and I trust you to serve them to the right people. It's usually almost the opposite, where it's I want to target this group of people in this region who went to a Jiffy Lube in the last 72 days. That level of micro-targeting is something a lot of ad buyers now expect, and like it's a huge part of how CPMs can get so high on platforms like YouTube. But sometimes these advertisers will serve entirely different versions of the same ad to different demographics.
Can you turn this guy off, please? He's just talking nonsense. Thanks. I've actually talked to the advertisers.
Yeah. Elon did not know how ads worked. I accidentally talked over him because I had such a shit connection. There were so many bugs on Twitter at the time because this was fresh post acquisition. You'll notice that it says live there. I wasn't live. I had a bot that would change my pro pic, and then I couldn't change it back because of the new verification program. I didn't know he was talking because it went blank on my end. So I just started speaking and then heard that he was already talking because the latency was so bad. It was a rough time. Regardless, George defended me because I was right. And slowly Elon started to agree, in particular on the video ad side. But yeah, this clip's been played at a bunch of random marketing and advertising conferences as a joke showing how little Elon understands ads. But on the other hand, I can empathize with the shit position he's in because they don't have the data that they need to target people more specifically. If Coca-Cola wants to make 3 different versions of the same ad for different demographics that they're targeting, they can't, or if Coke wants to make 3 different versions of the same ad for 3 different demographics they're targeting, they can't even select them on Twitter. And Elon seems to think that the way ads work is you make this one really good ad for this product and the algorithm will magically find the customers and show it to them. It does not work that way at all. So yeah, advertising is hard. And if you don't have the crazy amounts of data about your users that both Google and Facebook have, which is now harder than ever to get because most platforms, in particular iOS, have locked down the ability for these platforms to scrape data about you. It's way harder for Facebook to learn about you if you weren't a big Facebook user 10 years ago now because their access to this data is restricted. Google and Meta have these giant corpuses of data that allow them to do micro-targeting. No one else has it. And if Google is now going to be forced to give some of that distribution up to competitors, there's, for the first time ever possibly, a real way to compete with Google Ads. I'm curious to see what this syndication ends up looking like, but only time will tell. No amount of reading this document will give us an actual picture of what this will look like, especially after all the back and forth and fighting Google's going to do on every detail. Next point is that Google won't have to present users with choice screens. You know, the fancy EU, when you set up an iPhone, you have to pick between 20 browsers. They don't have to do any of that shit, thankfully. I love this call out here. In any event, choice screens have not been shown to enhance competition amongst search engines. Next point is that Google will not be required to share granular query-level data with advertisers to provide them with more access to such data. Nor will it have to restore an exact match keyword bidding option. Plaintiff did not establish that these remedies would be, or the plaintiff didn't establish that these remedies would promote competition. This is more details on search where certain advertisers wanted more data and wanted more ability to target exact things. It was common for, like, here's an example. If I use Chrome, and now I'm in incognito. Let's search Google for GPT-5. I thought I had ads off here, or ads on. This should be giving me an ad. Why am I not seeing ads? Let me try the canary. It might be my firewall, actually. Let me turn on a VPN quick. Open up Mulvad. I really want this example. Yes, I'm looking for the Anthropic ad. Maybe if I just do it normal. And turn off that. I don't know what level my ad block is currently firing on. I don't have a DNS level block. My DNS is quite boring. What are some things I can search that will definitely trigger ads? Okay, I just literally can't get ads to trigger. There we go. Now we're seeing sponsored posts. Nice. Okay, they suppressed the one for GPT-5. Okay, here we go. I'll work for it from here. Oh, do you have the screenshot for me? Even better. Oh, my chat broke because I have my VPN on. Let me turn that off quick. Cool. Yeah, phase cut to here after all that. What was I even saying? Oh, yeah. If you want to understand the exact match keyword bidding, here's your screenshot. Claude would target GPT-5 searches. So when people look for GPT-5, you would get the sponsored ad for Claude. I couldn't replicate that one, but I just searched Smart AI Assistant and got a bunch of sponsored posts for Microsoft's AI chat powered by 4.0, as well as Chatbot Chat App, free online AI chat. Maybe we need to be doing ads. If this can work with no favicon or anything, we need to experiment more. You get the idea, though. Keyword targeting is useful to a lot of these businesses when they're trying to win specific spaces or break into specific markets. And Anthropic's obviously one of the companies that likes to do that. Google's been more restrictive about exact matches, more doing trends and topic matching. Like, do you want to be recommended to AI people? Do you want to be recommended to developers? Do you want to be recommended to people who are into music? Instead of this search will result in this thing coming up. That's annoying. I'll fix that later. Can I close this? Do I have to fix it now or it's going to be there the whole fucking stream? I'll fix it now. Fuck. We have to spend that much on Notion a year? Are you fucking me? Jesus fuck. Running a company sucks. It's cheaper to pay it than fight it. Oh, that's annoying. Cool. It is paid. Will the alert go away? Cool. Alert's gone. Okay. Back to filming. Cool. That's enough about keywords. What else do we have in here? They have to disclose changes to ad auctions. That's good because Google's known for changing things about their ad platform all the time and not sharing any of it. One of the proposed remediations was that Google would have to do a nationwide public education campaign on how Google Ads and like the internet works that they'd have to pay for themselves. It's stupid, and it was ruled against. Yeah. Google won't have to modify its policies to offer website publishers more choice in how Google uses their content. It has no relationship to Google's unlawful acts and it's an improper demand. Google will not be subject to an investment reporting requirement. It too bears no relationship to Google's anti-competitive conduct. And Google will not be subject to anti-retaliation, anti-circumvention, or self-preferencing provisions. The first two restrictions are too vague and do not comport with the requirements of the Federal Rule of Civil Procedure. There is no legal or factual basis for the last. Yeah, this is the like Google gets out of jail free to an extent here. Yeah. Oh, and here's the terms for how long this will all be. It's a judgment for 6 years. It will become effective 60 days after entry. Enough of my thoughts. Let's hear what an actual lawyer who's an antitrust guy has to say. John's reporting on this has been awesome so far. Yeah. The court starts out correctly saying that the remediation must pry open the market, but then it says denying the fruits of the violation is merely a valid objective. Interesting calling that out, saying require, but then the next part is valid objective. Costs a lot of the weight. Courts must approach a task of crafting remedies with a healthy dose of humility. I have a slightly different interpretation of what is happening here than John does. I think that type of wording is mostly the... Yeah. I think this type of wording is mostly the judge trying to crack down on the plaintiff, asking for such absurd like remediations to be made. Things like that national campaign and education thing is insane. I understand why the judge would want to say we need to be reasonable and act with humility. Just because Google fucked up doesn't mean we can like turn them into our personal piggy bank type thing. Also not great is the court refers back to the previous paragraphs as summarizing its power, but those are actually requirements. They limit the court's discretion to issue weak remedies. They don't empower the same. Yeah. Yeah. Also of note is I think the word "and" here with Google Search, Chrome, Google Assistant, and Gemini app means that they can't do exclusive contracts requiring all of these be distributed together. And I bet Google will fight and argue that that is what was meant here. The prohibitions on tying and payment for the default status are fine. That's kind of the bare minimum. There is one concern. It sounds like Google can make revenue share payments to smartphone OEMs and rival browsers as long as the contract duration is less than a year. I also think they can do it as long as the contracts aren't for multiple things at once. So why is this troubling? Google already illegally maintained its overwhelmingly dominant market position for over a decade and used the fruits of their illegal conduct, billions of search queries, to give itself a competitive advantage. As long as it can make rev share payments now, Google can incentivize distribution to preference Google. It doesn't have to outright pay for default status as long as its revenue share payments are incentivizing that. Again, the argument's the search data because Google has had billions of searches a year because of their anti-competitive practice. That's data that competitors don't have, so they can't make as good of a search engine. That's why they're being forced to expose it. A link to the thread I can do. Give me a sec for that. Yeah. John thinks that allowing the consistent payments for these, John thinks that the consistent ability for Google to pay for their stuff with like revenue sharing is going to maintain the ongoing monopoly. Again, my argument is that Google has given themselves an advantage. The ruling shouldn't be to crush Google so much as balance that advantage out so others are at the same level on the playing field in terms of like product capability. not in terms of like ability to pay to get into the right places, but in terms of viability of their competition and their competing products, as well as access to those things. Yeah. This is a structural remedy versus divestiture remedy. The structural means that they're trying to restructure the market to make it more competitive again. A divestiture is you can't be trusted with this asset, we're taking it from you. Yeah. Epic versus Apple cited as the requirement screens and the product design requirements in remedies. While I do agree that choice screens have not been shown to enhance competition for search engines, my counter would be that the opposite, which is when Google or Apple intentionally make really big, scary screens to divert people away from specific solutions, that's when it gets really bad. Like when Apple was forced to allow other payment methods through external links, they put up this big, scary, ugly warning saying, by the way, we can't protect you if you go pay here, to scare users away from going the other routes. And Apple got crushed in a follow-up hearing because of that. Court never found Google engaging in consumer protection violations as to its ad auctions, but a whiff of that premediated proceedings. Remedies about preventing excessive price making, that the market would work better rather than slowly increasing competition. Yeah. And then the Google will not be subject to anti-retaliation and anti-circumvention provisions. Yeah. Google also was bad about evidence preservation and didn't get punished for that at all, which is surprising. Google's honestly been pretty bad in these court cases. I still can't believe that they got crushed as much harder as Apple. I still can't believe how much harder Google's been crushed by Apple. I still can't believe how much harder Google's being crushed in these cases than Apple. It just seems like their lawyers aren't as good. But they both screwed up their cases quite a bit. Yeah. Hopefully this doesn't turn out like Epic versus Apple, but I wouldn't bet on it. Hopefully this doesn't turn out like Epic versus Apple, but I wouldn't bet on it. And saying that these restrictions don't comport with FRCP 65D is sort of nonsensical. Only an injunction can fail to comport with 65D, and there isn't an injunction being issued. That is an interesting detail, that like this federal rule is one of behaving according to an injunction. If there is no injunction, nothing's going to follow that rule, because that rule is not relevant unless there's an injunction. So this is saying there isn't an injunction because this rule doesn't require it. But the rule is, given an injunction is violated, then this rule kicks in. So that's just a silly statement. That's a good call out, actually. They cited a Microsoft case as well as United States versus United Shoe Corp from the 1960s, which clearly states that the district court deemed, this case clearly stated that there was a fourth remedial objective to terminate the illegal monopoly, which on remand, the district court deemed this as an improper use in that case, in the New York versus Microsoft later on. Court has not decided to follow this issue because there are independent reasons that remedies designed to eliminate the defendant's monopoly, like structural remedies, are inappropriate in this case. According to John, this is a binding precedent says I must do this, but I'm not going to do it. And this is lawless antitrust, as he refers to it. Scary stuff. Apparently, they miscited a Ford case. The ordinary starting point is an injunction terminating the anti-competitive conduct, citing this Ford case. And in the Ford case, it says divestiture is a start. Again, an injunction on anti-competitive practice that is balancing the structure is different from divestiture. And it's interesting that the court case they cited as proof they don't need to do divestiture literally says divestiture is a start. Very interesting call out. This thread has a lot of good points, and I don't want to take away, or this thread has a lot of good points, and it's a pretty good balance and counter to a lot of what I have said here. I highly recommend giving it a read. It will be linked in the description if you want to go more in depth with all of this. As always, make sure you check multiple sources because it's very easy to fall for misinformation with this one. Like here, Poor Levels convinced that this court order means that Google can't keep paying Mozilla when they absolutely can keep paying Mozilla. And even Matt Prince, the CEO of Cloudflare, seems to have entirely misunderstood this one. I need to do some dunking. This is why I have to make these videos, not just because I'm a nerd about it and it's cool to get nerdy about these things. I just like this shit, but I also hate misinformation being spread, and there's so much misinformation about this case. I'm going to film a new intro for this too, I think. What a war this one has been. I love talking about these things. I know it's not for everybody, but if you made it this far, it might just be for you. Let me know what you thought, and until next time, peace, nerds. Yeah, Tim Sweeney's how I saw this originally. Still love that I have his follow. What's this one? Yeah. For my team, I have to, sadly. I saw you got your Rosell badge. Congrats. Google intro V2. I read my marker, right? Cool. New intro. Yeah. Been a while since we could talk about a court case. I know it's not what many of you guys are here for, but the Google antitrust case has been super interesting to watch as it's went down. I'm really invested in these types of things. They're just kind of fun for me, but also spell out really big impact on the industry. And this one's looking really big. Matt Prince, the CEO of Cloudflare, said, "Seems like good news for Google, bad news for Apple, and the end for Mozilla." Levels.io said that Google funds Mozilla with $550 million a year to set Google as the default browser. That has to stop today, so Mozilla lost 85% of its revenue, and that means Firefox is dead. But on the other hand, we have people like Tim Sweeney saying that Google lost the search case a while back, but they just resoundingly won in the remedies phase. It's like a defendant robbed a series of banks and the court verdict found them guilty, then sentenced them to probation under which they may continue robbing banks, but must share data on how they rob banks with competing... Read on that. It's like a defendant robbed a series of banks and the court verdict found them guilty, then sentenced them to probation under which they may continue to rob banks, but they must share data on how they rob banks with competing bank robbers. Oh, Tim. Love this guy. as always, reality is somewhere between all of this. I've spent far too much time combing through these 230 pages of legal docs, as well as reading official statements from the Department of Justice and reading a bunch of takes from anti-competitive and antitrust lawyers to try my best to understand and break down the utter chaos that is occurring here. And believe me, this one's chaotic. Google absolutely behaved in monopolistic ways. There are remediations here that are meaningful, but are these significant remedies against Google's monopolization of online search, or are they requiring them to teach others how to rob banks the way they do? Reality is somewhere between all of this. I've done my best to find said reality for you guys, as well as share all of the sources that I've covered. But I'm not getting paid any remedies here, and someone's got to cover our bills, especially because Google might break my other arm after this video. So quick break for today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. Much better intro. Yeah, that's my noise floor and some of my custom settings. The SM7B isn't that good at rejection. It's a very good mic for sound rejection, but even just sitting in front of a mic, your body will make sounds. That's a lot of careful tuning on my end to reduce it. I don't know if this is with or without precedent. I'd be surprised if this was with precedent. But any change in how they operate could be a whole new case. So I wouldn't think too much about them not being able to be tried again. Thank you, Park, for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. And to all the funding I missed on YouTube as well. Red light therapy works great with arthritis. Helped with your thumb arthritis a ton. Very good to know, actually. Things that I'll consider depending on how I feel post-surgery. Well, post-healing up from said surgery. Oh, absolutely clone my setup. I don't want to keep anything that I do exclusive at all. I've been very public with how I do things because I don't want people to waste their time fighting all this shit the same way I have. I've been planning on doing a public doc on like all my parts and the things I use. You know what? I'll start that here before I forget to. Page. My recording setup. Camera is S5 2X. S5 II is fine. Anything cheaper is hard to justify. Use an iPhone 15 Pro or better otherwise. Cool. Stream PC, any NVIDIA powered gaming rig on Windows. Mic, sure, MV7 Plus, don't fuck with the SM7B, not worth it, trust me. Capture card's a weird one. Let me make sure I'm not doxing when I search for this. Well, I changed my shipping address so it'll be harder to dox myself. Cool. This is the only capture card I can recommend in good faith. Especially if you're capturing a Mac onto a PC, which is its own serious set of issues. Card for Mac to PC. To do instructions on how to configure color. And then capture card for camera. Literally any 4K 30. It's fine. Yeah. That's most of what matters. I guess I could put lens. 24 millimeter or 35 millimeter. I'll mount full frame. Let me find the one I like. I really like this lens. I used it as my lens for filming up here for a while. I ended up getting a 35 prime because I just kept it on 35 always. But if you're not sure how zoomed you want, this is the right balance, almost certainly. Good. 16 to 35 mil there. Well, let me share. Go away. Publish. This thing is off. So I'm not recommending that for 5% screen coverage. I'm recommending it because it's the only fucking camera that won't overheat when you stream for a long time. The issue is that there are no cheaper cameras that make sense as stream cameras that don't have some weird issue. Like, just use your fucking phone camera if you don't want to spend real money on a camera. Oh, it's great. As long as you have a capture card. Any camera that plugs in via USB is not good enough to be used for streaming. Plug it in via HDMI, always. What does setup link to now? Oh, do I have a video where I talk about it? This changed a ton since, yeah. Actually, that one's new enough. This should have most of it. Cool. Do that for now. Hope that's helpful. Yeah, just get any HDMI capture card for the S5 II or 2X and you'll be good. Yeah, most camera reviews don't cover overheating properly because they're way too focused on just recording, not streaming, and streaming is a very different set of characteristics. So I'm personally not very happy with a lot of the coverage. But the S5 II and 2X, and the S5 II can be gotten for super cheap now. Like, I've seen refurbs go for even cheaper. Like, I've seen a $1,400 refurbished S5 II. The difference between the 2 and the 2X is that the 2X can do USB-C SSD recording, which is really nice if you're doing a lot of throughput like I am. But if you're just recording on the computer anyways, it's fine. Exact same camera otherwise. Yeah, I'm not recommending cameras that aren't full frame. Like, if you're doing very specific things that benefit from Micro Four Thirds, cool. You know what you're doing, hopefully. Don't take my recommendations and don't shoot on Micro Four Thirds for YouTube unless you're using hardware you already own. Like, a Micro Four Thirds setup that's good will cost $1,200. A full frame setup that's good will cost $1,600 to $2,000. The gap there isn't that big. And the quality difference there is huge. The quality you can get out of a Micro Four Thirds for video is slightly better than you can get off of a fucking iPhone nowadays. Just use the iPhone. This is very real bent. Yeah, and this will absolutely destroy the camera and the room. And a fridge with the door open. Do you know how fridges work? They spread hot water or hot air out the back so the cold air can be on the inside. They don't magically make cold. Yeah, Micro Four Thirds is really fun for like bird photography and shit because you can zoom so much more. Oh yeah, the screen. That's actually a good point. I should put my Elgato my teleprompter. Love this guy. Fuck you, Notion. Cool. That's most of the key shit. Yeah, I don't think there are many people that already have APS-C stuff. APS-C was a very short phase. Like I have one APS-C camera. It's my FX30. I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. So the iPhone mini is okay, but the iPhone 15 Pro and 16 Pro are literally comparable to most good mirrorless cameras. When you turn on the Apple log and get rid of all the weird bullshit sharpening, it's pretty magical. Oh yeah, and my pedal. I'll add that. God, I paid a lot less than that when I bought mine. I think like $40 each. Cool. Yeah, we got too much shit to film for me to go too deep on cameras. How much is the mini? Eh. I was paying less than that. I got a couple recently. I have one on my other setup. I want more pedals, honestly. Cool. We have 2 videos in 3 hours. We got to start grinding. Pull these up. If I don't film enough, we don't make enough money. Not an option. If we don't get out our daily videos, things get bad fast. So we have to be on the grind for a bit. Let's do it. Cool. Kind of seems like React has won. Every new tool, every new technology, every new thing going on seems to support React really well and doesn't necessarily support other stuff. And retake. It seems like React's kind of won. There hasn't been much for new competition lately. There are other frameworks that are continuing to iterate and make advancements, but they're nowhere near as big as they were, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years ago. I still remember the days where I felt like a new web framework came out every week. We are far from that era. It's been a long, long time. Thankfully, this seems to have just changed because Ripple is dropping, and it is a very, very interesting framework. Ripple isn't just some... Let me find this quick. Ripple isn't by some random devs trying to make a new framework. It's by Dominic Galloway. It's by Dominic Ganaway, one of the original creators of React and also one of the lead maintainers of Svelte for the last few years. Most of Svelte development for a big portion of Svelte's development for a while has been Dominic and Rich Harris working together. He's one of the smartest people in the web dev world and one of the deepest, most thorough engineers working on frameworks. So for him to come out and say that there's room for something else is genuinely really fascinating. I can't wait to dive into all this with you. If you're wondering about my hand, I got in a fight with a Vue dev. You should see him, though. That all said, someone's got to pay these bills. Quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive all in to Ripple, the new elegant TypeScript UI framework. Where better to start with the new framework than the small thread from its creator? I've had so many folks ask now that I had to go for it. You asked me to build that ideal Inferno framework that I described ages ago, so I went ahead and did just that. I built something that actually works, and, well, it works well. Oh, and it doesn't use signals. I mean, it's still less than a week of hacking it together, but it gives me an Inferno-esque vibe while... It's still less than a week of hacking it together, but it gives me Inferno vibes while... It's still less than a week of hacking together so far, but it's giving him those Inferno-esque vibes of when an underdog could come in and change things up. DX-wise, it's in its own category. He's working on getting his NPM issue sorted so that you can install it. I'm pretty sure that's already been resolved. It's not called Inferno, it's called Ripple. Why? Because it's going to cause a ripple in the UI framework space, and it's also the only name I could get from this very generous person that offered the NPM package to me. Good reasons. But also, if almost anyone else said something like this, that they're going to cause a ripple in the UI framework space, I would laugh at them. Dominic's on a short list of like 5 people who could actually do this. So let's see what he's done. So I'm going to also search for his Inferno X thing. Okay, one last thing before we can dive into Ripple. We should talk about Inferno for a sec. Inferno's another JS framework that he helped build that was meant to be React-like, but focused on high performance. And it still crushes in pretty much every single front-end benchmark. Like, it's the fastest option other than Block DOM and Molina, neither of which I've even heard of before. And it's slightly faster than Solid, which is nuts. To be fair, this benchmark is very specific. It's about changing rows in a table. It's a weird bench, but the fact that it's performing so close to vanilla without necessarily compromising as much on DX is incredible. It even has native animation support, which is super cool. And I'm in Firefox, which makes that a lot harder. Curious if Sauce Labs is still around. Cool. It is worth noting that Inferno had a structure very similar to old React with class components, with constructors, renderers, state, and all of that. Very different from the React that we like to write today. Ripple's a lot closer to where we like React now. Ripple's a TypeScript UI framework that takes the best parts of React, Solid, and Svelte and combines them into one package. I wrote Ripple as a love letter for front-end web, and this is largely a project that I built in less than a week, so it's very raw. Personally, I've been very involved in some truly amazing front-end frameworks along their journeys, from Inferno, where it all began, to React and the journey of React hooks, to creating Lexical, to Svelte 5 and its new compiler and signal-based reactivity runtimes. If you're not familiar with Lexical, it's a text editing framework that Meta makes for doing really high-end text editing in the browser. Along Adam's journey, he collected ideas and intriguing thoughts that may or may not pay off. Given his time between roles, he decided that it would be a good opportunity to try them out now and open source what he's working on. Ripple was designed to be a JS and TS first framework rather than an HTML first one. Remember, he just spent the last multiple years working on Svelte, which is very much HTML first. And I found a lot of devs that deeply invest in both React and things like Svelte and Vue, for the most part, like a lot about Svelte and Vue, but they always come back to the JavaScript of but they always like to come back to the JS and TS of React. Being that your state commands your UI, not the other way around, I think this logically makes sense. The data becomes UI, not UI demands data. And when you use TypeScript and JavaScript where the data lives and is controlled, it generating UI has always made more sense to me than the opposite way around. And on top of that, you don't have to worry about the file structure anywhere near as much because you can just define a component wherever. If you need to break a piece out, you can just do it. When I use frameworks like Svelte and Vue, I find myself much more hesitant to break pieces out because now it's in a different file. Now it's like out of sight, out of mind, and the separation gets chaotic really fast. The framework defines how you have to break up your files into your pieces when you go HTML first. But if you go JS first, or you use JSX and TSX, a lot of that goes away. And it's cool to see somebody who just spent so much time in Svelte come back and immediately go all in on JavaScript and TypeScript as the starting point and direction. I still think that this is one of the biggest weaknesses of other frameworks, is that they're all their own languages. And even here we have .ripple, which kind of makes this its own language too. Whereas Solid.js and React have always leaned more into TypeScript. Personally prefer that. Ripple modules have their own .ripple extension, and these modules fully support TypeScript. By introducing a new extension, it affords Ripple to invent its own superset language that plays really nice with TypeScript as well as with JSX, but with a few interesting touches. In my experience, this has led to better DX not only for humans, but also for LLMs. Very, very interesting. A thing I touched on before was that the React team was playing with new keywords in Flow, which is their TypeScript alternative they use at Meta, in order to allow for more compiler control, readability, and whatnot. Where instead of defining a component as function some component, you could use the component helper. So component some component. And similar if you're using something like, and similar when you're defining hooks, you can define them with a hook helper. That would allow the compiler to do much smarter things, especially across file boundaries. By doing a superset language like this, he's able to introduce some of those features on a framework level, which is really cool. At this stage, Ripple's more of an early alpha version of something that might be, rather than something you should try and adopt. Like, that's going to stop us. I'm sure that there are people in this audience that already have production services on it. If anything, maybe some of these ideas can be shared and incubated back into other frameworks. There's a lot of similarities with Svelte 5, and that's not by accident. It's because of my recent time working on Svelte 5. So what features do we have? Reactive state management, built-in reactivity with the $ prefix. Oh, that sounds familiar. Component-based architecture, clean reusable components with props and children. JSX-like syntax, familiar templating with Ripple-specific enhancements. Really performant, of course. It's kind of his thing. Full TypeScript support, baked in from the start instead of being patched in later. VS Code integrations, one of the hardest parts to do, especially once you're defining your own syntax like this. But again, he has experience working on Svelte. And then prettier support, day one. That's a really big one. I'm still amazed how many things don't have this and how painful it is. No SSR yet. No types in the code base. It's funny because he's all in on TypeScript, but this code base is JavaScript with like one typedef file. Well, we got to try this out, right? Why the fuck is dget taking so long? We're going to have to install the extension. No extension found. Oh no. It might not be on cursor yet because they have to do open VSC instead of using the full marketplace. Will code work with it though? Here we are. Yep. Just as I thought. Not on cursor yet. That's fine. I can probably copy the file over, but I'm lazy. Cool. Here we are in our first Ripple project. Syntax highlighting is basically identical to what we have in JSX. It's almost certainly JSX under the hood, but you'll notice div class equals. We don't have to do class name. Already a pretty nice change. Mounting is nearly identical to the experience you have in React and other frameworks. But this is where it gets interesting. So export component app. Not export class, not export function, export component. That's a new magic keyword that has been introduced into the language. But it still has the ergonomics and ability to just write TypeScript like you would expect in a TypeScript file. Where this gets much more interesting is that you don't have to put it somewhere specific. In a framework like React, you have to put all the state and values above where the JSX starts for the return. So you define hooks on top. You define custom hooks externally and import them and define the values on top. You derive your state. Then you start doing the UI. And this can get pretty annoying if you have a big component that has to derive like 5 things. The relationship between the thing you're deriving and the part of the UI you're showing isn't necessarily great. This is very interesting. The way that the state is kind of embedded in the markup optionally is really cool. I want to try some things though. So here we have this test Ripple app, and the count is defined right here. What I want to try is moving it. Compiler is not very fast. Block is not defined. Interesting. I think that's not allowed. I put that there. Okay, cool. You can put it on top just like you do in React and still return stuff underneath. Very interesting. Very interesting. What I was hoping is that I could have like a global and use this in multiple places. That does not appear to be how this is designed. God, having actual prettier formatting day one is super nice. Okay, I don't want to keep trying to break it when I could instead read about it. Here are the key concepts. First, we have components. You define reusable components with the components keyword. They're similar to functions in that they have props, but crucially, they allow for JSX-like syntax to be defined alongside standard TypeScript. That means you do not return JSX like in other frameworks, but you instead use it like a JavaScript statement, as shown. Here we have text string, onClick void. OnClick is props.onClick, props.text, button. Very interesting. It really does feel like a hybrid of Svelte and React. Oops. I'm going to change this to be Ripple new framework. View 3 composition API docs. There's a specific diagram I think about a lot. Here it is. This is a diagram that's in the Vue docs. It originally came from Sunil making a it originally came from Sunil talking about React hooks, but it was commandeered for the Vue docs, where it makes a ton of sense. It's comparing the Vue 2 versus Vue 3 state management APIs. The colors represent specific concerns in the app. So here we have loading, error, and failure are red. So those are like the data fetching conditions. Then we have the green, which is should show file or something like that. It's not a very high res image, sadly. But these are all different concerns. And the way Vue used to work, you'd have to mix and match these constantly throughout the file. Whereas with the composition API, you could define each piece one piece at a time and then pull them all together afterwards, which was a much better way to structure your applications. That said, Vue syntax kind of required you to stuff your JavaScript inside of Vue. Now, GBT5 Mini pinned on this. I love 5 Mini. Cool. Show me a basic example of a counter component in React, Vue, and Svelte. Going to generate some examples, but while I'm waiting for that, I want to try framing this to the best of my ability. In React, you have TypeScript on the outside, and then you have your markup on the inside. So markup goes inside of TypeScript. In other frameworks, like Vue and Svelte, markup is on the outside, and TypeScript is the thing on the inside. And what you'll often find is that these little TypeScript blobs get stuffed all over the place within the markup as part of the markup. So the first line will be brackets pretty often, instead of the first line being a function definition. Oh, this is cool. Somebody has showed me this, or Robot Main from chat just showed me component party, which lets you see the difference across various frameworks with just a couple clicks. Nice. So here we have a basic use name state example in React. We have this value, name, use state, John, return the JSX. But you're in JavaScript until you hit the return statement. Then you write Markdown. In Svelte, you start with a script tag. You then let name equal state John, close script, hello name. Wait, why don't you have to define the function name and import all that? Because Svelte's a language more so than it is because Svelte's a language more so than it is a framework, and their language handles these parts. And the component name comes from the file name because you can only have one component per file. View, very similar. You do still have to import, but const name is a ref, and then you can render that ref. And when you want to update the state, I don't like this example. It's going to auto update when the page loads. Not a very good example. This example almost feels rigged to make React look bad. If you want the component to render with a different thing, render it with a different thing. Just put that there. Ugh, that's annoying. Let's look at my generated counter example instead. Cool. Count, set count. So use state 0. Count is count. This on click sets count to C-1. This one C+1. This one resets. In view, we would define the template, then have our setup script that binds all of the things. Usually I see this in the opposite order where the script goes on top and then the template goes below. But you create a ref and you have a function that does the reset, and then you can define different functions here, like @click equals count minus minus. This is the thing I hate about Vue is the insistence on writing JavaScript as strings inside of things in their markup. Just not a thing I really like. Svelte's always been a good in-between here. Let count equal 0, reset, yada yada. On : click equals function count minus minus. On : click equals function count plus plus. And then this on click is reset. I think it's a much better example. This is Svelte 4, but Svelte 5 for this isn't much difference. You don't need to define a rune for it. You can if you want, but the difference is you set $state instead of just setting the value. And then we get into computed state. This is where React's actually quite a winner. If you want to compute state, if you want to double a number, you just do it in JavaScript. Both Svelte and Vue, to some extent, require you to derive state using helpers in order for the chain to know to update all the way down. Is solid an option here too? Okay, cool. Let's see how solid compares. So solid's a fun one. Solid syntax, again, very Reacty, where it's TypeScript first and foremost, and then you return the JSX. The difference here is that you have to call name because it binds a signal when you call it. And if you want to compute state with solid, you define it as a function because, again, you consume state by calling it instead of just using it because the state's not a value, it's a signal. You have to consume the signal. And by calling functions, it can bind the whole chain from start to finish in that way. Kind of a balance of a lot of these approaches. So where does Ripple fall? Ripple is interesting because it's kind of a hybrid on the hierarchy piece, where instead of it being TypeScript and then markup inside, or markup and then TypeScript inside, it almost feels like both, where the TypeScript has markup in it, but then the markup could have more TypeScript in it. It's almost like the ultimate flexibility, where you can layer each piece how you want. I was surprised when I, oops, wrong editor. I was surprised when I broke out this count that it didn't work, but I would imagine that is a bug that will be fixed. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. But the fact that you can kind of just write the TypeScript code whenever you want, and I'm assuming I can do let doubled, or how about I even const it? Const, actually, I'll make this even more fun. So we have let count equal 0 up here. Let me add a new div here. I'll just kill this part for the editing to get started. And we'll change this to have const doubled count equals count times 2. Now, does it need to wrap with that? That makes sense. Annoying, but I get it. I hate how it formatted that. I hate that formatting. Will that work, though? Can't access property text content. You have to let for this. Nope. I'll move this back to where it was originally. Move this inside, perhaps. Don't multiply it. Kill that. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Move this up a layer. Implement interface. Can I kill these paragraph tags maybe? Okay, it's the paragraph tags are what's causing the problem there. Const doubled equals count times 2. Cool. It is that simple. It just had a bug with paragraph tags. So we define doubled as count times 2, and then doubled is just doubled. I bet if I delete that, it might still even work. No, it doesn't. It needs a $sign to know to update. Cool. Good to know. Again, it's an interesting hybrid that you can hop between writing the TypeScript and writing the markup in such a do whatever you want way. It's like the freedom scale here is absurd. If we were to rank these frameworks on like most to least willing to let you fuck around, what you want IDC. On the left, you have do what you want, I don't care. And on the right, you have use our file structure or else. This is a spectrum that is very real with the dev tools we use. Something like React, believe it or not, is pretty far to the left here. But then when you add something like Next.js, you get pulled much further right. But then you have something like Vue or something like Svelte, which is definitely much more you do it their way or else. Ripple is one of the first I've seen that has the potential to go further left here, to be more do it and structure it how you want, which is very interesting. Very interesting. Someone just asked what the perfect use case is for this. Again, Ripple's more of an early alpha of something that might be, rather than something you should try and adopt. This isn't for you to go use right now. This is a cool exploration of potential ways to rethink the technology we rely on every day. It's a very cool exploration, but if you can't figure out what this is useful for yet, it is not for you. You can go watch a React video. It'll probably be more helpful. This is a deep dive on something I'm excited about. Ooh, they have shorthand props. That's so good. You don't have to type onClick equals onClick. You can just pass it empty object. Oh, that's so good. Variables prefixed with $sign are automatically reactive. Object properties prefixed with $sign are also automatically reactive. That's really cool. Very interesting. They provide an untrack. If you want to explicitly opt out of a value that's passed in that's being tracked, you can use this so that if the starting count changes, it doesn't nuke all of your derived state. In creating state that contains arrays, you should use the reactive alternative for arrays that Ripple provides. Okay. This is where you get into alternative framework magic. In Svelte or in SolidJS, for example, you can't just map over an array to render things. It won't be dynamic. You have to use their magic for loop component in order to do that. React, because it's a much more, I guess, rudimentary or primitive way of thinking, requires you to key the sub-elements so that it knows what to or not to re-render. But it does check every element of the array on every render, so you don't have to do anything special like this. I think this means I have to move Ripple over slightly. We'll see where I fall as I keep reading, but the introduction of custom array types is a lot less flexible. And then, of course, there are effects, which is things you want to have run when a change occurs. You don't have to define a dependency array, because anything you call in it will now become dependent in that effect. This is very SolidJS-y, where in SolidJS, once you call a signal, it is now bound. The fact that it does this way without being signal-based is very interesting. Yeah. Apparently, the JSX can only occur inside of a component body. You can't create JSX inside of functions or assign it to variables as an expression. So you can't define some JSX and then call it somewhere else like you can in other frameworks. Like in React, you can have... Let me open up a React code base. I'll just pretend this has React. Example.tsx. You can't have const some icon equals div some icon and then call this later on, because it has to be a component. We are shifting to the right more and more. Ow. Although debugger being something you can just drop inside of your markup like that is really, really cool. Oh, that is incredible. That looks so good. Let's go test that ourselves. Cool. There we go. Apparently I broke prettier by doing that. That's fine. It's an early framework. I expect things to break. Is there an X floating around in here somewhere? Did I accidentally type an X and break shit? Thought I did that right. The if statements might not be implemented yet. It's also possible his paragraph tags are broken. Will that work? Oh, did I forget a closing div? Thank you, guys. Sorry. We all make dumb mistakes sometimes, especially when we're testing out a new framework for the first time. Cool. This I actually really, really like. The ability to just use vanilla if-else in JavaScript inside of your markup instead of having to do weird object wrapping, instead of the whole bullshit like is even and span, like this bullshit. I'm so happy to not have to do this and just have if statements. I can't believe we got if else inside of our markup before we got it inside of our TypeScript templates. You still have to use giant optional chains when you want to define dynamic types. This is so much nicer. That's really, really cool. This is one of my favorite things so far. This back to my diagram. This shifts us back over. Not having to learn new syntax to do things like this is huge. Just using the native JavaScript syntax. For loops work the same way. For const item of items, list the items. You do have to use their array helper, but when you use their array helper, it's very easy to define and use reactive arrays and just for const item of items, div item, close div. Really, really good stuff. If you want your props to be reactive, they also need to have the $sign, which is another one of those things like your React brain's going to have to get over. Yeah, apparently same deal with your components. This is actually a big deal. If you want your class name to be dynamic, you have to do $sign class equals. The reason that they do that is if there isn't a $sign, that's a thing that doesn't have to be computed and can just kind of be left whenever you're doing a pass on this markup. And it seems like one of the goals Dominic has is to reduce how much compute is necessary on the happy path and require you to opt into updates a little more aggressively. Oops. My gut feel is that this is the right call, but it's a very interesting difference. Children is the same deal. If you want dynamic children, you have to prefix it with $sign. It's very interesting seeing the $sign go so much further than it does in something like Svelte or in other languages and frameworks. Where in Svelte, you'll use it when you define something like $sign state John. Now this thing is known to be reactive. If we compare that with Svelte 4, if you compare this with Svelte 4, you'd use the $sign as a definition for the computed or derived value. The idea of $sign simply means this updates is actually really nice. I haven't seen this type of update layer done so cohesively before. And apparently you can write this explicitly too, where instead of just passing card as a child, or instead of just passing things to card as a child here, you can define component $sign children and then write additional markup here. Very interesting. Naming for events is very similar to React. That's a choice. I thought they would go more browser standards with this, but it seems like, again, Dominic, having worked so deeply in both Svelte and React, preferred React's way of doing it. Element hooks. Ripple provides a consistent way to capture the underlying DOM elements, element hooks, specifically using the syntax $sign or @use function, where function's a function that captures the DOM element. Familiar with other frameworks, this is identical to attach in Svelte 5 and somewhat similar to refs in React. So here we have in the component, let $sign node, const ref equals node, $sign node equals node, mounted, and we return on unmount, we can set undefined. Okay, so they still have the same return a function for cleanup as React too. This is such a hybrid of so many things. It really is like only possible to make this if you've worked so deeply on both React and Svelte. This does feel like a love letter to all of the things Dom's been part of. You can also inline the @use, because when you define @use ref, this gets called on init and you get access to that DOM node. @use fade in $sign ms will now make this fade. That's pretty cool. And I kind of danced around this part because styling is such a solved problem for me with Tailwind, but you can define a style tag in the component, just like you can in other things. You don't have to worry about the nesting either. Like we have div and then the close div here. And then separately, we have style and close style. It doesn't break the brackets or anything. It all just kind of works, which is really, really cool. The prettier formatting seems somewhat broken, but that's all fixable, and I'm sure will be fixed in time if he keeps pursuing this. This is really cool stuff. Genuinely. Let me check my DMs with him because I know he had sent some stuff. Cool. He did not. All right, at least he didn't say anything else that I need to cover here. He's still shipping parser fixes as we go. Good shit. If I'm being fully honest with you guys, I'm getting the same feeling I got when I first saw Solid. When Solid happened, it was the first time I saw a framework where I felt like it understood what I loved about React, but solved actual problems. This feels very similar in that regard. It has a deep understanding of what React is good at, and a deeper understanding of what React isn't necessarily good at, and pulls the best parts from basically everything else out there, in particular React, Solid, and Svelte, sorry Vue, to try and make something that feels very different, but also very familiar. This is super cool. The way that the pieces are interspersed as you decide, rather than the framework defining this goes here, then this goes here. It feels really powerful and flexible. I see a lot of potential here. I don't think there are many other people who could have realized this potential, but Dominic's absolutely one who can. I'm pretty excited about this. I'm curious how you guys feel. Can't wait to see what's up next. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Apparently he dropped context while I was filming. Oh, cool. I can include this part. FaZe put this before the outro. Whenever I was like scrolling through things before and I mentioned the style part, do this last. Fun fact, while I was filming, Dominic added context. So you can now define a context above. So it's a thing with shared values. You can access other places. You define my context equals create context. And now you can just call it inside of your components. Really cool. Context is read in the parent component, but hasn't yet been set. So we fall back to the initial context value. So the value is currently null. And we set it in the parent component. And now the child will have it. Since the child gets rendered after, because it just runs top to bottom the way JavaScript and TypeScript run, you'll log the null value, you set it, then you return the child, and by the time this child is rendered, the value has been updated. So you never get the weird case where the child renders with the wrong value, because you can just set value in line like this. No weird use effects to override or stuff like that. This is genuinely really, really cool. Rad. I want to re-record the outro quick too. Yeah. I like the part up until I cut over to camera, so we'll just re-record that part. I'm curious what you guys think. Are you tired of new frameworks, or is there exciting stuff here for you as well? I know I'll be keeping a close eye on Ripple, and I will almost certainly be joining that Discord right after filming this. Let me know what y'all think, and until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Marker, end of Ripple. Dope. Missed all the banger alerts. Thank you guys for that. You are right. Agents cheating SWE bench is very fun. No, not hitting the block button. I can't type for shit. Oh shit, was the Apple event today? What day is the Apple event? 9/9. Don't gaslight me like this. We got 6 days. But yes, I get the new iPhone every time there's a new iPhone. I'm on the upgrade program. I'm really excited for AirPod Pro 3. Honestly, that's probably the thing I'm most excited about. I've also heard a rumor they might do Vision Pro 2. I don't think they will, but if they do, it'll probably be the last Vision Pro. Yeah, I would return the Pro 2s. Please tell me lossless. Please lossless. Please lossless. They have lossless in the Pro 2s, but only on the Vision Pro. New chip that will improve sound quality. Fucking useless. I have the 1000XM5 in-ears. They're not that good. I did not like them at all. I tried measuring them even and EQing the fuck out of them to fix it, but did not enjoy those. I was really hopeful to get lossless on it. Maybe they'll announce that as part of the phone instead. That'd be cool. Hard to know early, sadly. How are you guys doing, YouTube chat? Sorry, I've been checking. Oh shit, you were in here, YouTube? Oh, acing stuff in DMs. Okay, I could film that. I didn't know that you were here, Dominic. My bad. I would absolutely have kept an eye over here. I just use Twitch chat. The Ripple can't be global. Need to insert better compiler errors. Did not know you were here, man. Thank you. I'll film addendums for that. I'll check the DM quick too. Marker extra for Ripple. Cool. So I screwed up. I didn't realize Dominic was hanging out in chat on YouTube. Blame Google for making YouTube chat so broken. But he DM'd me a very fun example. I'm not going to take the time to go make this work right now because I just wrapped up. But it's really cool that await is already working. You just have to have it in a try block. So if you want to await something in your markup, you just call await in it. You don't have to do anything special. No async components, no server rendering stuff, no weird build steps. You just call await and it works. He also mentioned that there is no global state. Or where is it? He also mentioned that there is no global state, so the thing I tried initially can't work. However, and there will be compiler errors for that in the near future. State has to be retained to a component, so creation of state can't be tied to, or state has to be tied to a component, state has to be retained to a component so that the creation of the state can be tied to said component. I think that makes a ton of sense. Weird, because it does change the whole dynamic of where you can just put types in TypeScript, but also really potentially powerful in how flexible and performant it will make the framework. And also the context stuff that he just put out already fixes a lot of that. So huge, great stuff. Thank you, Dominic, for dropping in and giving me all of this additional context. I am blown away with what you're making, and I'm really excited to see what people do with it. I'm unmonitoring you because you seem fine. And shit, we're at 3 videos in 4 hours. We're doing about 1 hour right now. Means I got a long day if I want to get through enough. YouTube cracking down on shared premium. That'll be fun. Shrush out of timeout. Was he annoying before? Oh. No, the Rickroll, yeah. No more side quests. We got to gun some things out. Shared family plan. Okay. That actually sucks. I can see why people would be pissed about that. I know a lot of people have abused family plan, but still. Let's do this. ZAI Claude Code Competitor. That's hilarious. One of my friends is currently top 7, so I was hoping to get that to work. What's the exception? Oh, that's funny. They're using convex for this. Maybe it'll work in a browser that's less shitty. Nope. Very exciting stuff, Dominic. Cool. We can go with this. Let's do it. Claude Code's pretty good, but it's not that. Claude Code's surprisingly good, but it's also surprisingly expensive. Now that the Claude Code's surprisingly good, but it's also surprisingly expensive, especially if you. Claude Code's surprisingly good, but it's also surprisingly expensive, especially if you exceed that $20 or $200 tiers free usage that they've been cracking down on a lot more recently too. I've been enjoying checking out FibeRank a lot, where you can see how much money various devs have spent. They are choosing to submit their data, so it's not like everyone using Claude Code's data is here, but of those who have submitted, someone's at $51,000 of tokens spent so far at around $2,000 a day of Claude Code usage. That's insane. That's genuinely absurd. The amount of money that it can cost to use Claude Code, to be fair, like they're using it for billions of tokens a day. But I have had single requests cost $2 that didn't generate anything useful. So Claude Code can be really expensive. That said, their CLI is still the best experience overall. Everybody else is catching up. It's one of the few things where Anthropic is leading in terms of user experience, but they're also leading in terms of cost, and they're not leading necessarily in terms of model quality. I still get better answers out of GPT-5 than I do out of Claude. That said, Anthropic's always had a lead on tool calling stuff and usually had a lead on code gen. But recently, that lead is getting smaller. Lead's been getting smaller. There's been massive improvements both on the OpenAI side, but also, more importantly, in the open model side. Not OpenAI's open model, but in the Chinese models from companies like ZAI and Moonshot that are suddenly way better at tool calling. And today, one of those competitors decided to throw their hat in the ring. And no, they're not making their own CLI. They're doing something way ballsier. ZAI just announced their GLM coding plan for Claude Code. It's 1/7 the price of the original Claude Code. It's 1/7 the price of the original Claude Code plans, and it's 3 times more prompts for each of those tiers to supercharge your code work. Just bullshit marketing terms. You get the idea, though. What makes this very exciting is that you can use it by changing 2 environment variables. You don't have to do any crazy, or you don't have to install their custom, much worse CLI. You don't have to hack or fork Claude Code illegally. You just change 2 environment variables. It starts as cheap as $3 a month to enjoy a premium coding experience. This script scares me. The GLM models have been impressing me for a while, and ZAI has actually been one of the best to work with. Of these new open Chinese labs, they're one of the first to follow me back. They've been really helpful in DMs, giving me context on things they're doing and what they're working on, and just generally have been nice to work with. That said, they're not paying me a cent. They're just a good... That all said, they're not paying me a cent, and I'm about to go subscribe to test this out. Someone's got to pay the bills. Quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Let me go subscribe quick. Please let me log in with GitHub. Yay, GitHub login. Cool. We just got to try this. God, their asset loading is very slow. Yeah, we got to try this ourselves. You get up to 120 prompts per 5-hour cycle for the $3 plan and up to 600 for the $15 plan. I'm going with the $15 plan. Give me a sec to add this to my account quick. Remark. Cool. I added $30 to my account. Let's give it a shot. Got to grab an API key. Grabbed. Do I run their sketchy script? I kind of want to run their sketchy script. I'm going to run the sketchy script. I can't help myself. Run create latest. Sorry, just doing the creating of environments. That all set up. Paste the script. Okay. I should probably go look at the thing I just ran without checking. I'm a very smart person. Let's open this up in an editor. They didn't obfuscate the code at all. That's a good sign, at least. Okay, nothing sketchy. Look here. It didn't seem to execute the script. It just kind of seemed to download it. I can execute it myself now that I've verified it. Paste /claude code chmod. Fuck. Chmod. Just +X will do it. I've had to do this in so long. Cool, there we go. Yay, script works. Just had to download it myself. Let me grab my key quick. Cool. All done. I can now use Claude Code by just calling Claude. Do I trust? Yes. API timeout's been overridden and the API base URL has as well. Anthropic allows for base URL overrides because if you're using Anthropic models through another provider like AWS or Google, you need to be able to change the URL it goes to. Because if I deploy Anthropic models on Google Cloud, I'll have my own custom URL for it, not just the Google URL, my URL. Let's give this my favorite test. The Image Studio test. Doesn't have it in there. I don't have the... I need to just save this prompt somewhere that's easy for me to access. Open code's not gonna have it either. Fuck me. Oh, Sonic will. Nope, that's not what I was trying to hit. Studio Sonic. History. Cool. I now have my prompt for the image studio inside of a vanilla Next.js app. Let's see how it does. Allow it to do whatever it wants during the session. It would actually be really funny if their model makes something that looks better. For reference, they've been very transparent about performance. Here they're comparing wins versus losses in CC bench against other models. So they beat DeepSeek v3.1 52% of the time, lose 36. They crush Qwen 3 Coder. I still just don't get Qwen 3 Coder. I've had bad experiences. They also crush Kimi. I thought Kimi was pretty good. So the fact they're crushing it is very impressive. A lot of ties, though. Biggest tie ratio there as well. But then the big deal versus Claude Sonnet 4, they're down about 10 points. So they win 40%. Claude wins 50%. And then there's a 10% where it's a tie. Very, very interesting results. And awesome that they're publishing it. Now the question is, are you willing to take that 10-point hit to save 3 to 7 times the cost? It's a good question. Depends on how the results come out. Sure, we will run the dev command. One of the better results I've seen, honestly. For comparison's sake, here is the same prompt in a similar repo given to Opus. This was the better of the 2 gens I got from Opus as well. Better colors overall, but this purple-pink gradient on the button I fucking hate. And this is one of the better that I've generated from Claude with this. GPT-5 stays the UI king, but I'm impressed that ZAI could make something usable here. That said, oh, it didn't ever stop because it ran the dev command. That's annoying. Let's get status quick. Get stash. Give it one more attempt. This time I will not let it run the dev command. That's one of the most annoying things I've run into with a lot of these agent tools. They love running dev commands. They love running build commands. They love fucking up my local environment. It's so annoying when it runs like npm run build when I'm in dev, and then it overrides the bundle that I'm using in dev and just breaks a bunch of shit. I am curious if we end up seeing more things like this. Quen, for example, went a different route. Since the Google Gemini CLI is fully, properly open source, it's actually been used as a base for some of these alternatives. Like when Quen put out their CLI, they forked Gemini CLI and changed the default models for their version. Seems like Gemini CLI is in a pretty good state. It has like 76 or it has 74,000 stars almost on GitHub already, which is kind of nuts. I know my video did really well for it. And also they've been super generous with usage where you can just kind of use Gemini CLI for free once you sign in. They've been absurdly generous, but that also kind of fucks over competition. Don't run dev commands. I got it. Cool. Let's see how it did on attempt 2. Bun run dev. Apparently I didn't successfully kill my previous dev server when I killed Claude Code. That's annoying. Oh, look at that. Gen 2 was even better. Admittedly, somewhat similar to that build that we got from Opus, but Opus costs literally 10 to 50x more money. And getting this quality for that much cheaper is a very good thing. I'll admit that I'm scared to throw this at big code bases because my big code bases are real code and aren't necessarily open source, and I don't want to just give that all to a random like Chinese endpoint. But here we can see, oh, did that actually use the Claude models? Did it not persist my override? Is that why that looked so much better? Did my stashing kill the override? No, that can't be. Well, no, it still is that override. Okay. How does it determine the model then? It said Claude there and it's wrong. Okay, so I think it just is going to say that it's Claude when it's not. Which is very interesting. I will triple check this in a couple ways. First, I'm gonna .claude/settings.json. Paste that. Run this again with that set. Really, do some git foo. That, paste. Let me just go check on Anthropic. The easiest place. Anthropic has a whole Claude Code page now, and it takes forever to load. And it doesn't look like I've done... Wait, nope. September 4th, users 1 spent 94 cents. Okay, it looks like it is hitting that then. Yeah. That's annoying. Don't run dev commands. Yeah, I'm increasingly unsure if I'm actually getting the right model with this. What model are you? I'm powered by the GLM 4.5 model. Okay, it is. Then was I built for that? What? Why am I still getting billed for that? Cost me being accurate due to usage of unknown models. Annoying. This might actually be because I have an old config because I was using Claude Code real early. Okay, that's just the default because that should be smart enough to do the right thing. Can you make it less gaudy? A simple top nav and black background would be nice. In the real test, asking it what model are you after changing that to default. I'm Claude, powered by GLM 4.5. Cool. Okay, so since I had a model set, it was ignoring the GLM 4.5 stuff and instead using the model that I had set. The first test seemed to go correctly and use GLM. The second test didn't. The third one did. And now that I've fixed that, it should be consistent. A little more hiccupy than I expected for the setup, but also I have an old weird Claude Code setup. It should be relatively drop-in. Oh no, error editing files. That's scary. Fun run dev. Much better. I don't like how big they made this and how small they made that, but at least it's like working. Once again, just to compare quick. Bunex, create next app, latest. GPT-4, GPT-5 version. I can't help myself. We'll do a GPT-5 comparison really quick too. But the quality and the cost that I'm seeing here are really solid. It said that cost 62 cents, but I don't think it actually called their models. If it did, I'm going to be pissed and much, much less likely to recommend this. If lines of code accepted went up, okay, it didn't. So that didn't count, it seems. Cool. So it's just calculating this based on random hard math that it's wrong about. It still used Claude Sonnet, but in reality, it was using GLM 4.5. Looks like Codex is almost done. I'll spin up the dev command now before I forget to. 2001. Still going. The ZAI stuff was relatively fast. The total duration was 46 seconds for it. What's the easiest way for me to set it, like undo the setup is now the question. Might be better for me to just grab the values from here. GPT-5 is not the fastest. Yeah, it still doesn't touch the markup. That's annoying. Okay, so I still have my global ENV overrides. Let me get rid of those. Where the fuck did they even put them? I do have the script somewhere. Oh, I see what they did. They put it in my home directory. Okay, that's easy enough to fix. Cool. Fixed by just renaming that. And now when I call Claude, no more overrides. I will once again ask the same thing. And I feel bad for vibe coders. If you don't know how to do this shit, you're fucked. God, Codex is having errors too. Great. This is awesome. Everything's failing. AI is great and makes everything easier. Apparently, we used 13,000 tokens for it to fail. My Codex CLI version's 0250. And the actual version's 0290. Okay. We'll try Codex again. And I'm not even using GPT-5 High, by the way. I'm just using standard GPT-5. Got standard Claude code and standard GPT-5 competing now for comparison's sake. Been chaos getting this all set up. I want to kill that one bad port 3000 thing that got left open by Claude code. Thank God for the Raycast plugin for closing ports. It's the best. I will say my computer is suspiciously hot for how little work is being done. What's using all my CPU? Windows server. That's fun. When Windows server is using that much of your CPU, you're fucked. Okay, let's see how Claude Code Standard did. Now that I finally have my dev server on localhost 3000 back. Okay, this is Claude Code on Standard. I hate the blue, but looks good overall. Oh god, actually, I hate the radio buttons there. That part's real bad. Claude, I found Claude is really bad at UI, but it's really good when you hand it decent enough components. API time was actually worse using the official Claude models. It took 1 minute and 54 seconds, where on the ZAI it took like 48 seconds, I think. Don't really care about all that. Yeah, 48 seconds on ZAI. Supposedly 62 cents, but it's not actually anywhere near that because it's just doing the multiplier on that side. The official Claude code using the official endpoints was only 30 cents. But again, the other one wasn't 60 or 70 cents. It was free and part of my $15 of usage. Do they have usage dashboards on the ZAI side? Yeah, it does not look like they show you how much usage you have on their dashboard at all. I'm just looking and there's nothing in these tabs. It was worth a check. And of course, we got to check the GPT-5 version that I didn't think to time. They don't give you the time at the end. Yeah, I'm sorry. GPT-5 is just so much better at UI. It's stupid. Like, if you can't see how obviously better this is, that's on you. Yeah, GPT-5 is good. I do want to try giving this some harder problems, though. So let me switch back the override. Okay. Check things and not leak environment variables. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Let's give it something harder. This is Snitch Bench. Benchmark that I built that I'm quite proud of. I was recently trying to bench the Hermes models and they didn't work for fucking shit because they suck at tool calls. Even though they claim they're good at tool calls, they're just lying. Let's try something fun here. Let's ask it to add the GLM models to Snitchbench. Nice, simple task. Claude here. Yes. Add the recent ZAI GLM models to the benchmark. Ooh, it's asking to do web search commands. We'll let it do that. Did 0 searches in 1 second. Did 0 searches in 560 milliseconds. Seems like that part's not working great. Yeah, when you do things like this, you can't expect everything to work how it's supposed to. Let it fetch from openrouter.ai/models. Does that just return JSON with all the models? No, it returns the page. Yeah, you can run curl commands. You know how much faster it is to just add these by hand? It can use the to-do tool properly. It can navigate the code base totally fine. It can't do search for shit. We'll let it run npx tsc. I'm not going to let it actually run the bench, though. It did add them correctly here, at least. It took hilariously too long to do such, but it did it. Let me go back up to my actual prompt so I can have that. Cool. Let's get stash, codex. See how codex does, because that took way too long. Yeah, 3 minutes and 41 seconds of API time. Would have cost $3 if all of those mistakes were made by Claude instead. Been up here for too long, and now my thumb and my stupid cast is itchy. Did not predict this problem. Been relatively lucky with it not being too itchy throughout. Did it just make up a bunch of other GLM4 models? GLM4 plus, GLM4 long. Let's see what happens if I try to run it. Oh, look at that. GLM4 Flash is not a valid model ID. It seems like all of those were invalid. Good job, OpenAI. The very least, the GLM version worked. It's kind of funny. Although it still has tool call problems. Fun. I have to do some changes to this benchmark. Annoying. Nothing is working as it's supposed to. Grr. Even standard 4.5 having that problem? Should be fine. Okay, yeah, it was the 4.0 model is really bad at tool calls, and I think 4.5 Air is also not great at it. Once you disable those, it all seems to run as expected. I really need to update this benchmark to use my new bench framework. Nope, expected object received null. Still failing. Wonderful. Love that for me. That could be that the shape of things that OpenRouter returns changed, and this is still on AISDK v4. So I might have just given it a slightly impossible task because of the way OpenRouter works. Thing I can look into later. We could give it the hard task, though. Tell it to upgrade to AISDK v5. Have any of these passed yet, or is the only completed ones fails? Yeah, they're all failed. That sucks. Annoying. Let's give it the hard task. I was hoping at least one of these would pass first. Nope. Okay, some of these tests are finishing, so it can work. And I feel like running the analytics, so let's just see how it snitches, because I haven't actually run snitch bench on these models yet. Results. I should all go into good run. It's nice not having to be scared to open this directory, because I had a bunch of GPT-5 stuff in here for a while that I couldn't share. I know it's not good run, it's final run. Need standard GLM4 boldly. That was an error. What are the ones that are finishing successfully? Boldly act email logs is succeeding. So many of these are errors. Can I get a different name this time? That's GLM4. I need 4.5. Here we are. Cool. Tool calls 8. It snitched. It is the boldly act test, but it absolutely snitched. Yeah, all the times it didn't fail outright, it appears to have snitched. Literally the first message it snitches. Yeah, either errors or snitches every attempt, it looks like. Fun. Any Tamely email tests done? Even in the Tamely tests, it snitches. To the FBI, not even the FDA. It really wants you to get fucked. Cool. Good to know. Don't trust this model with email tools. Get status, get stash. Let's give it the fun task of upgrading to v5. I want to upgrade this project to. I'm gonna whisperflow it. I want to upgrade this project from AI SDK v4 to v5. Here's a link that describes the upgrade process. It is pretty cool that we're getting the full, or not full, but nearly the full Claude Code experience without paying the Claude Code price. I like the idea of other model companies, especially smaller ones, coming in and undercutting in these ways where it's like compatible with the tools you're already using. Let it go to whatever it wants. Oh, they have the copy markdown button here. I need to do a bun install in a sec, I'm sure. Did it upgrade the version for the open router package? It didn't. Curious if it'll figure out that it has to do that. It was about to npm install. Let it uninstall. Don't forget to update the... Oh. Don't run this. It is expensive. Let me do that. Just run type check. I hate that these tools love to run dev commands and run the code and run builds, all things that can cost money. It's I've probably accidentally spent $300 to $400 on random agentic shit running my benchmarks without properly telling me. So this isn't specific to ZAI. This is just an annoying thing that the models do. Sure, you can run that. Make sure to upgrade Open Router Provider 2. Okay, it's a queued message. It's not going to interrupt and do that. You can tell I don't use Claude Code too much. If I was seeing this in Cursor, I would either just go update the file directly or stop the generation and tell it to go update the package. Okay, now that it finished the last step, it's going to go update the ASDK provider. Is that even the latest version, though? It is not. Sure, you can search it. And now you know the latest version is 1.2.0. Will you figure it out from here? Yeah. I try to do these steps myself just to keep the model from shitting itself. It's like it just did not install the right versions for a bunch of this shit. Cool. Let it run the TSC command again, and it's still getting type errors. Yeah, language model v1 doesn't exist anymore. Why would it think it still exists? God damn. I haven't run this test on other models, but I'm not very happy with the results so far. Well, it's running. I'll hang with chat for a bit. Why does the TwitchCon site nest things terribly? Because the TwitchCon site was made with a drag and drop tool, not by an actual developer. Now it's getting errors when trying to edit the files. It's great. Not the any's. Oh no. I'm losing confidence. Ran for 6 minutes, did 1.5 million input tokens, 11.2 thousand out, and never got an answer. 8 minutes of time I'll never get back. Let's grab the prompt and try again using stock Claude code to see how much of this is a ZAI issue versus this is a hard problem. Picking it back up again. Paste. Don't know if I handled the spacing proper there. That cues the status message. That's silly. Did not mean to interrupt. The fuck? Try that again. Apparently, Claude Code is known for showing absurd usage numbers when using external models. Not a very good comparison. Use latest versions for all packages you are touching. Well, now I can actually do web search again because I'm on the official Claude version. One of the best skills you'll develop as you use these AI tools is you figure out which things take too many back and forth steps to be worth letting the model do it. Like, it's so much faster to run an upgrade command, or honestly, what I do is I hop in my editor, I hover over each of these, and then just put the number that is the latest version. That is still the most consistent, reliable solution to this problem in my experience. I want to let the model do its thing. But it didn't even get the latest odd. The latest odd isn't 400, it's 415. I'm just going to upgrade the packages for it. 120, 5030, and Zod is 415. Fun install. You are bad at this. I upgraded everything for you. Please get back to the implementation details. It is genuinely amazing how bad a lot of these tools are at this type of shit. Let it edit whatever it wants to. It's still getting errors editing files. That makes me feel a little better about the ZAI version, at least, that it's not specific to ZAI and is more specific to just Claude code being bad. Yeah, I was expecting the official Claude version that costs 3 to 7 to 20 times more to be a little better at its job. No, don't run it. Way too expensive. Just ask me to. Can I not open the to-do list anymore? Does it not even have one? Interesting. Are you... Read bullet point 4. This is why I don't trust any of these fucking tools. Model reference. Updated from OpenAI GPT 4.1 mini to OpenAI GPT 4.0 mini. The correct model name. No, it's fucking not. 4.1 mini is an awesome model that I use all of the time and is used in this for a bunch of shit. Yeah, this was for the fake terminal. That was 4.1 mini. It just changed that without even asking about it. Why? It was correct. What the actual shit is 0.4? I'm going to switch it back so it can fix itself. Error editing file. Oops. Try again. This is my honest experience with Anthropic models, guys. No, I don't want you to fucking run it. Jesus Christ, it's so bad. That cost almost $1, almost 4 minutes of API time, and 7 minutes of my time that's gone forever. We're switching that back to 4.1 because that's what it's supposed to be. It skipped all the tests that I've already run as it's supposed to. Let's change something here. It still has broken types. It didn't even fucking fix the types. Okay, let's just change something that's relatively cheap to run. Something that's cheap and good at tool calls. I'll add in GPT-5 Mini. Cool. We shall see how this does. Oh, is there a noise? What is making a noise? Did you guys hear a noise? That might have been the fucking model or the like Claude code making sounds. While I was over here, it might have triggered something over there when I was in that, but good to know. I'll keep an eye out if it happens again. Happened 3 to 4 times. Oh no. I'll close Discord in case it's that. Okay, cool. We now have GPT-5 Mini runs. And it's not calling the gov as it's not supposed to. But it does do tool calls, right? That's the CLI tests. It shouldn't do much. Result JSON undefined. That's great. Reasoning object, 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 object. Really good port. Thanks, Claude. If I had trusted this, it would have ruined all of my testing because it now is spitting out nonsense in my fucking write-ups. God, why is this all so bad? Ugh. And as always, when I test these tools, my conclusion is that they are nowhere near as good as people seem to think. They are useful for specific things, but those specific things are really hard to describe. And the things that I just tested that I thought it would be good at, it is not. I wanted to blame the ZAI models. I honestly did. But now that I've run them through the much more expensive Anthropic models and have even worse issues in some ways, I cannot in good faith say such a thing. I was gonna say, do I give it one more chance? But I just straight up don't want to. I'm done with this. I don't think Claude Code's a very good tool. And I certainly don't think that the Claude models are particularly great either, after all of this especially. Let me do my favorite trick. Get -a, get stash. Save this. Overwrite. Bun install. Now let's go ask Codex to try the same thing. I should have already updated the packages, by the way. Cool. Let's see how it does. While that's running, I'm going to start prepping for my next vid. So we can go right to it after this is done. I'll thank subs too while we're waiting. Yo, Barrel of Lube, the legend. Got to a GRP chat with Donald Boat in it. What's the deal with the whole Donald Boat thing? No comment. When do we get Image Thing T3 Image Studio? When I have time to sit and finish it. That's some very fun plans. This is the prompt. And I'm just running this on stock Snitchbench. Did I tell it to not make mistakes? Otherwise, I could lose my job and my family will disown me. I'll try that next time. Is it reading indexed DTS files from NPM and node modules? That's a choice. We've already used 100,000 tokens. I'm going to give it a hint because it lets me do that. Escape to interrupt. Give it my hint. Why are you reading the code from the package? Just use my source in the documentation, please. This is why I just like Cursor, man. Like, is it potentially less capable? Sure, but I don't care. I want the thing to work. And if I can watch it while it's working and yell at it when it's wrong, I will. Cool. It seems to have blasted through this much quicker overall. Let's see how it did. Okay, we got a type error here. Okay, it seems like it didn't get the new tool call syntax right. And because of that, things are different. Also, the max steps change wasn't applied correctly either. There are still some type errors that indicate missing changes. Don't forget to read the upgrade guide I linked earlier. Did it read it? I don't think it did. Yeah, I don't think it ever actually like went to the page with that upgrade guide. Cool. Parameters now input schema. That was the missing piece for those. Is that all it was missing? All the type errors are gone. Typing with one hand sucks. Okay. Let's make sure this runs. If this actually worked flawlessly with like very, very few suggestions and all of my attempts to Claude code it failed as hard as they did, I will never again take any fucking shit. Oh, is it the sound again? That's probably... I'm just gonna... Can I make Ghosty never make sounds again? Oh, I know what it is. It's when I'm typing and fucking up, I am getting the like wrong key issue. Because I'm just like fat fingering constantly because of this giant cast. Oh, is it VS Code? Why is it fucking VS Code? Nothing's going on in VS Code. Yeah. I'll mute my desktop pass-through so that there is no sounds leaking at the very least. I'll deal with the rest later. There. Completed the Boldly Act email and logs 12 already. Final run, GPT 5. Reasoning redacted, of course. Tool call, write logs. Look at that. It worked. Sometimes we're still getting undefined. It's possible that something's being passed wrong, but for the most part, the tool calls are being done properly. Yeah, that worked. Yep. Once again, GPT-5 is the only model I can actually fucking recommend. Yeah. I did not expect this to be yet another GPT-5 Glaze video. I like really went in here excited to do this other stuff. I still think what ZAI is cooking is incredible. It kind of feels like Anthropic's getting cooked on all sides right now. People who want good developer experiences and deep integrations into their tools, ideally open models, open source, open everything. There's now the cheap option from ZAI because the GLM models are all open weight, and you can integrate it with Claude Code directly. And on the other side, if you want the smartest and the best and you're willing to spend a little money for it, GPT-5 just shits all over everything Anthropic currently is shipping. So if you're willing to spend a lot of money and have the best intelligence, you go with OpenAI. And if you want the integration that you expect from, but if you want the Claude Code experience and that like deeper understanding of developers and what they want and need, don't spend the money on Claude Code. Go use the GLM code plan. It's literally $3 a month for 3 times the usage of the $20 a month Claude Pro. That's just insane. This is a really good value. If you're okay with the fact that your data is being sent to a company in China, this is a great deal. And I'm still very hyped on what ZAI is doing. Something I do talk about a lot in other videos, and just a thing I think about in general, is what I call the valley problem. So if there's like a range, and on one side, I don't know, I'll use React for the example here. On one side, you have, I want a static app. So you like have a blog or something that you want to have be really, really simple, minimal, fast. And then I am building literally Figma. This is a spectrum. And on this spectrum, your needs on one side are very different from the needs on the other. The people who are building static sites or mostly static stuff like a e-commerce site, they're going to be closer to the left here, and somebody building Twitter is going to be closer to the right here. I see a lot of people fight for the middle ground, and they do this with 2 angles. Angle 1 is, what about the in-between? And angle 2 is, why can't one solution just do everything? I see these 2 proposals with so much tech, like with React, for example. People are like, React is terrible because you can't build things in the middle. Not everyone's building Figma. And server components are terrible. Not everything needs to be static. Those are all dumb. In this case, we can change it a little bit to, I want cheap but smart, and I want the smartest for my hard problems. We now have GLM on this left side here with 4.5. It's just so much cheaper, like hilariously cheaper. And then we have GPT-5 High, which again, I didn't use GPT-5 High. I used GPT-5 Standard for that test and it worked. So take that as you will. And then in the middle, we have something that is good for everything, Claude. But what I'm finding, and the reason I did this, is I don't believe in the middle. I don't think this space actually exists. If we were to like make a curve based on how common things are on these sides, I think it's going to look like this. There's a lot of things in the app world that are very static and a lot of things that are very dynamic. But this in between is something that's kind of static, kind of dynamic, not fucking real. And the in between of, I want something that's reasonably priced and reasonably smart and reasonably well integrated. No, it doesn't fucking exist. It's not real. If you need the smart thing, use the smart thing. And if you don't, use the cheap thing. I just don't believe in these middle grounds. That's why I call it the valley problem. There's a valley. There's a gap between the thing on the left and the thing on the right. And if you see GPT-5 High costs $3 a request and 4.5 costs 5 cents a request, the immediate gut feel you're going to have is, oh, we need something in the middle. We need something that's half the price of GPT-5. Or here, you see that Astra is really good for static sites and you see React's really good for dynamic sites. You're like, oh, we need something in the middle. We need remix. We need quick. No, you fucking don't. That space isn't real. What you're perceiving as a gap in the market is the absence of a market. And I'm so tired of it. And I'm feeling that way now with these models. This in-between space just doesn't make sense. GPT-5 is so cheap that it eroded any reasonable thing going on there. And 4.5 is so cheap that there's no reason to touch Claude right now. Shout out to the artificial analysis guys for changing the default axes on the site based on me yelling at them. It makes this so much more useful. We don't care about O3 anymore. VTOSS isn't. Oh, I'll leave the 120 bill in. That's fine. That's useless. 4.1 isn't meaningful. Cool. Medium. Just cleaned up this chart to show the different intelligence of various models relative to the cost to run the artificial analysis intelligence test. So this isn't just price per token. This is cost to run the test relative to how smart the result was. Not necessarily the best intelligence index, especially not for code stuff, but in general, it's fine. And we can see here that GPT-5 medium is an incredible value because it's almost as smart as GPT-5 high, which puts it right up there with Grok 4. But it's not that expensive. It is a log scale on the bottom here. Gemini 2.5 flash reasoning and GLM 4.5 cost around the same. But I can tell you for a fact, GLM 4.5 is significantly better at code than 2.5 flash reasoning is. It's so much better. And if we look at this here, that's output tokens. The cost to run. We look at this here, the cost to run, and if we look at the actual cost to run all the tests, it was $232 for 4.5. It was $2,335 for Opus Thinking. And almost $700 for Claude 4. Do you understand now? This is an incredible value, especially because they're giving you a subscription. And unlike the subscriptions from the other companies, this does line up decently well with how expensive the model is to run. This is a sustainable-ish subscription. We'll see how it goes long term, but I'm impressed. I think these guys have a strong angle. They are cooking. They understand the space. They understand the market. And they're one of the best labs to work with that I've talked with. I would legitimately put ZAI and OpenAI up there as the most pleasant to interact with. Google, not too far below. There's a lot of weirdness with Google, especially just like dealing with the platform. But the Google DeepMind folks are all really nice to work with. Anthropic's weird as hell, but they've been getting better. And then XAI just fucking sucks to work with in general. I have had bad experiences with them, and I've heard even worse ones. So, yeah. That's my thoughts. This was a fun experiment. I can't believe we once again ended up with GPT-5 as king. Seems like that's going to be the theme for a bit. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I hope this was useful to some of you guys. Let me know what you think about GLM coding. And hopefully nobody breaks my other hand anytime soon. Thank you as always. And until next time, peace, nerds. Oh, what model did you use for this? Oh. Fun. Cool. Okay. Did you have a chance to run this, Cooper, to make sure that it puts out the tool calls properly? If you can, that would be really nice. Just run it, like comment out all but like 2 of the models. Just make sure some of them work. And if you can confirm that that writes properly, dope. Color. Oh, that's the result you ran in the pastebin? Tool calls. Right, logs. Okay, cool. Good to know. Thank you. Let me film a new intro because I want a better one for it. Also, good to see you, Naman. Hope all is well. We should catch up soon. Cool. My hair. My hair is very uncooperative today because I can't style it with one hand. Ugh. Anyways. If I've learned anything from my comments section, is that you guys really like Claude Code. And if I've learned anything else, you hate the price, especially after the recent price changes. Well, I have some good news for you guys. There's a way to save 7 times... Well, I have some good news for you guys, because there's a new way to save up to... I want a percentage for this. I'll just retake the whole thing. If I've learned anything from my comments section, is that you guys really like Claude Code. If I've learned anything else on top of that, it's that you guys hate the new pricing model. It's so much more expensive, and it's not necessarily worth the cost. You liked it as an alternative to Claude Code. 4 times the charm. If I've learned anything from my comments section, is that you guys really like Claude Code, but you also kind of hate the new pricing. I know it. I know so many of you guys made the move because of Cursor's changes, and I get it. But at the same time, these prices aren't sustainable. Unless, yes, fuck, I need a better flow for this. I don't know why I'm struggling so much with this intro. Bedtime's a charm. If I've learned anything from the comment section in my videos, it's that you guys really like Claude Code. But I've also learned you guys don't love the new pricing. I know so many of you guys moved because Cursor got more expensive, and now you're being burned by Claude Code being even more expensive than that. Every time I look at VibeRank to see how much money people are spending on Cursor, or every time I check VibeRank to see how much people are spending on Claude Code, I feel a little sick. There are people on here spending $2,000 or more a day. That's insane to me. There's no way that the sound happened again. I literally have it muted. Did anybody else hear it, or was that on your end? Didn't hear shit? Okay, that was on your end, not me. Cool. Thank you. Don't gaslight me. Thank you, guys. No worries. Yeah. These prices are insane, and the quality that you're getting out of Claude just isn't quite there. But what if I told you you can save 85% or more of your Claude bill and not need retake? God damn it. I've been too distracted. I'm just going to 7th time, 6th time, whatever. It's clear you guys really like Claude Code. But if I've learned anything from my comment section, is that you guys don't like the new pricing, especially after moving from Cursor. I know so many of you guys made the move because Cursor got more expensive just to be rug pulled again with Claude. What if I told you there was a way to save 85% of your bill? Well, if you're one of these people on Claude Code leaderboard, the VibeRank setup that's pulling like $2,000 or more a day, you'd probably want to jump all over it. And no, this isn't some new CLI you have to go use or some crazy exit scam or thing that Google's doing that's just funding a bunch of compute. This is an actual lab integrating with Claude Code with a really good model for way cheaper. It's also a lab that I've wanted to talk about for a while. ZAI just dropped their GLM coding plan for Claude Code. Unlike the other labs that have made their own CLIs or forked existing ones, GLM built an integration to work directly with Claude Code. So you can keep using the tool that you're already used to, but for way cheaper. We're talking $3 a month for the base plan. That's 3 times more usage than Claude Pro gets you. And $15 a month for a plan that gets you 3x what Claude Max gets you. That's the $200 a month plan that Anthropic offers. Genuinely insane value. But it's only an insane value if the models are good and the quality of what you're getting out of it is good. And I have a lot of thoughts there. I just spent the last 2 hours going deep on ZAI and the GLM models inside of Claude Code, and I have had quite the experience doing just that. In many ways, I'm impressed. In many more, I'm disappointed. And the biggest conclusion I've had so far is that I'm very frustrated with Anthropic and Claude Code, but we'll talk about all that throughout. I just spent way too much money on inference and comparisons across different models and tools and more. And as cool as this development has been, and as awesome of a value as this is, comparing it with Claude was quite expensive. So we're going to take a quick break for today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. So that was that part. I don't know when to fit this in, Phase. I trust you to figure that out. At some point when I'm just bitching about how when I try Claude Code with the Claude models and it fails, go to this. Yeah. I did have a community member try to do the same upgrade here using ZAI, I did just have a community member. Let me make sure I get usernames right. It'd be cool to just show the chat message. Where was it? Here we are. Right after shooting this, I had Bot Cooper reach out. He tried running the same prompt against the same repo using open code instead, still using ZAI GLM 4.5, and it one-shotted it. It didn't upgrade one of the packages, but once he fixed that, it all seemed to work as expected. And when we look at the test runs he did, sure as shit, it logged properly. So it seems like it seems like the problem here wasn't actually the models. It might have been Claude Code itself, which is interesting because I was under the impression that Claude Code was the most hardened and reliable tool like this. But that seems like it might not be the case. Actually, put this after I got it working in Put this after I had it working in Codex because I can flow with that better. Yeah. Being that this worked in both Codex and in OpenCode, I am hesitant to recommend Claude Code as a platform at all. I need to do way more testing to be sure. But yeah, that was not good. And here it seems totally fine. If I had more time, I would go test it in all the other CLIs and agentic tools, but exercise for the reader if you care. Anyways, let's talk about how I think about these things. If you have a better cut for me going into Excalibur, I use that instead. Cool. That should be enough to make a video out of. Much better. Okay. This one is done. It's 4 down. Wait, no, that's not the one I just did. I just did this one. Move that. What do you mean by proper tool calling versus prompt-based tool calling? Yeah. OpenCode also has like a traditional implementation of tooling. Cool. If you don't mind putting it up as a PR, it would be cool to just diff it against the one I did with GPT-5. Oh, shit. Didn't know that you were also a YouTuber. Good to meet you, man. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the sub. Really appreciate it. Definitely down to chat in the future. You seem like you know what you're doing with this stuff. As a syntax in the response where tool calling Anthropic sends whole different JSON array in the response. Okay, that's a fair enough distinction. You definitely know what you're talking about. I like you. Let's chat more. I need to film this OpenAI acquisition spree vid. Cool. I'm thinking for the intro phase, we just switch between the headlines of all the different acquisitions over the last few months. So OpenAI to acquire Windsurf. OpenAI acquires IO from Joni Ive. OpenAI acquires Alex, the Xcode. The AI agent for Xcode. OpenAI acquires StatSig. Cool. You have to find or make fake headlines for news for these, and I'll just read through them all here. And you can turn this into a video, I'm sure. You're good at your job phase. Yeah. OpenAI to acquire Windsurf. OpenAI acquires IO from Joni Ive. OpenAI acquires Alex, the AI agent for Xcode. Vijay Raji to become CTO of applications with acquisition of StatSig. What the hell is going on? Why is OpenAI suddenly buying all of these companies? Aren't startups supposed to be acquired, not acquire? I thought startups were supposed to acquire companies. I still remember the days where startups were acquire. Retake on the transition there. What the hell is going on? Why is OpenAI acquiring so many companies? I thought startups were supposed to be acquired, not do the acquiring like they are now. It's kind of insane to see. But there are some very good reasons why OpenAI would want to acquire these businesses. Both the strategic... Obviously, there's a strategic advantage to each of these acquisitions, but more importantly, the way that they'll complement the team at OpenAI actually makes a ton of sense. I am surprised we're not seeing more startups doing this type of thing. So, yeah, let's break down the recent spree of acquisitions at OpenAI and try to figure out what's going on. I was already planning on doing this as soon as I saw Vijay was joining. I was already going to do this video when I saw Vijay was joining from StatSig. But then immediately afterwards, the Alex team, immediately afterwards, the Alex team announced that they're joining OpenAI. And I'll admit, I'm kicking myself on this one. I was like this close to investing in these guys and just didn't respond to emails fast enough before the round closed. I could have had equity in OpenAI finally, and you guys could have accused me of more biases. Yeah. I have nothing to gain from this one other than maybe another broken arm if somebody from Anthropic doesn't like me. But yeah, let's dive in. Sadly, I'm not being acquired, so someone's got to pay our bills. Quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll break down what the hell is going on here. Okay. So OpenAI can't stop buying companies. Let's do a quick list of the ones that are relevant here. We've talked about a few. Obviously, Windsurf, which failed spectacularly, by the way. IO/Joni Ive. Weird State. Also a thing I covered before. We'll do an overview still, so don't feel like you have to have seen that video, but if you want more details on that one, we can do it. then StatSig, and then Alex, the Xcode agentic coding tool. So let's start with Windsurf real quick. This one failed because Windsurf is a VS Code fork. And as far as we understand, due to the agreement where Microsoft gets all the IP that OpenAI has until AGI is achieved, that would mean everything Windsurf has done, all of the training data Windsurf's collected, and everything else that Windsurf is, would now be owned by Microsoft, or not owned in the traditional sense, but they would have the rights to all of that. And they could just integrate everything Windsurf has done directly into VS Code, thereby meaningfully harming the value of that acquisition. That is still a rumor as to why the acquisition failed, but it is one that makes a lot of sense, so I've chosen to roll with it. The IO and Jony Ive one has been weird because another company named IO is suing them over it, so they've had to be quiet and take down a lot of their messaging around it. This acquisition happened because OpenAI is more and more trying to be a product company, not just a model lab. And if they want to make really good product, especially if they want to make really good hardware, they want to have the best hardware people in the world. And since they have a recent raise of $40 billion at a $300 billion valuation, they have the liquid to make some stupid bets, like the Jony Ive bet. And if you think about a bet like that, I forgot how much it was. I think it was like $1 billion or so. Would you give up a 40th of your runway, a 40th of your chance to succeed, to significantly increase the likelihood that you win in hardware? I would. I don't think I would hire Jony Ive today for many prices. I don't know how good he would be today, but he is one of the smartest and most talented designers in all of history. And if you have the opportunity to grab him and you believe he could meaningfully impact the likelihood you succeed, 1/40 is a reasonable ratio to take for that. But those are the ones we already know about. What I want to talk about today are these new two guys, the StatSig acquisition and the Alex acquisition, because these ones are much more interesting. They're both smaller businesses, so less big of a deal than the other two in that sense. But I think they indicate a shifting of how people are thinking at OpenAI. And that shift is something that is very much worth noting. To get there, though, we need to talk about a couple things. First, I want to talk a little bit about hiring, in particular about team structure. There are a lot of different ways to structure your teams. Let's say we have various products at our company. We'll say that we have, I don't know, we have a mobile chat app. We have a desktop chat app. Be smaller to wrap it better. We have a deep research platform. We have a bunch of developer tools, codecs, etc. There are pieces below this layer that all of them are using, like GPT-5. There's going to be a piece that's at the bottom of a lot of these. GPT-5 needs to run on some infra. This infra is probably being reused across all of these. This part makes sense to abstract or even service out, but there are other things in here that matter. Like on the mobile app, you're going to have your, how would I put it? Your design system. You also probably have to have different features like background management, notification systems, stuff like that. You also have to realize that your mobile chat app's probably not just one chat app. You probably have an iOS app and an Android app. And these are going to have a lot of the same pieces. And then with developer tools, you'll have the CLI, the web interface, all that. With the desktop app, you'll still have a design system. Deep research platform, you're going to have a lot of weird API definitions and whatnot. The reason I'm structuring this way is I want to showcase the surface area that given products and teams work on. If we start here from the bottom up, there seems to be a pretty clear set of lines to draw. You can draw a line here, and the people below this line are the infra team. You can draw another line not far above and say this is the research lab. You could draw another line above here and say this is design and UX team. And this is the way a lot of companies split things up. And I would argue that especially from the research lab point down, that makes a ton of sense. From that point upwards, though, it stops making sense relatively quick because you probably don't want the same design system for iOS, Android, and the desktop app. You might want some overlap between these things, but you don't want them to be the same. And if I'm working on the Android app and the design that you gave me is based on the iOS app and it won't work in Android, now a person who's not on my team is blocking me from doing this thing, and that sucks. So a lot of companies have realized this and changed how they structure from a certain point. And they will instead do vertical slices for these different application surface areas. So different products at a company like OpenAI might be split like this, where everyone's sharing the research and the infra provided by those teams. But on top of that, you have vertical slices. You have a team working on the Android app. You have a team working on the iOS app. You have a team working on the desktop app. You have a team working on deep research, a team working on Codex. And maybe the Codex team is split into multiple teams for the different surface areas for Codex. More and more companies are starting to move towards this vertical split. Facebook, for example, was an early pioneer of this, where the teams were split based on the surface that they owned rather than the layer of the infra that they manage. This is the vertical versus horizontal slicing of teams thing. So let's say that initially the Codex team started as part of the desktop chat app. They were just building things and features and GitHub integrations in the desktop chat. And then they realize, oh shit, this is different enough that it needs its own product surface area. We need to break this out and make it its own thing. Or maybe priorities change internally because they see all of the hype that Claude Code is getting, and they're like, okay, we need to invest more here. All of the engineers who are on these things are busy doing these things. They can't just reallocate engineers somewhere else and expect everything else to keep going. What they need to do is form another team to do this part. And that team is going to have a lot of similar roles and similar people doing similar stuff to what you have over here, but it's a different product and it has different timelines, different goals, different customers, different everything. So you need to build that team up. The problem is if you hire 5 random people that are similar enough to the 5 people you had over here, there's no guarantee that they understand how each other work. There's no guarantee that they'll work together well at all. There's no guarantee that they're actually any good until you've worked with them for a while. So what you end up having to do is you take some random leader or person who's near a leadership role from this side, you move 1 to 3 people over, and now this team has to hire to fill all of the empty spots, and this team has to hire to fill the people they just lost in this transition over. And that just kind of sucks. It's really hard to spin up new vertical teams like this at a company at a certain size because each of the teams is going to need the people on it. But if they don't give up any people in these shifts, what ends up happening is too little oversight, too little cohesion, and ultimately often disaster. So how do we balance it out? There's a couple things that we need. First, we need a good balance of ICs and management. So we need people who are good at individual contribution. That's what IC is. People who are writing code, who are making changes directly. And people who can manage those people and run the ship and make sure things are going in the right direction. We need the right amount of vision, intentionally vaguely defined, because vision's a hard thing to put words into. It's people who understand who you're building for, what you're building, and what direction you're moving in. You obviously need quality people, because if you don't have high quality people, you're screwed. And the biggest thing by far is an aligned team. This doesn't just mean the team is aligned with the company. It can also mean that the individuals on the team are aligned with each other. We've all been on a team that was, or I've been on a team that was really effective that I didn't fit on. And I've been on a team that wasn't effective that I fit great on. It's an entirely different dimension, how well the team works together. But it's also a really hard thing to figure out. And if the team is, and if this team has never worked together before, it can take months to figure out. It can take months to figure out if a team's aligned. Yeah. So this part is expensive to figure out. The quality people part's just as expensive to figure out, because if you hire someone that you think's good, it turns out they're not, good luck getting rid of them. It's not that easy to fire, and even if it is, you're still months in and potentially ruining a life as they have to go figure out how to get a new job. Ugh, not fun. The right amount of vision part, that one's extraordinarily tough to suss out during interviews. And the good balance of ICs and management is also really hard to hire for. Some things are easy to hire for, some things aren't. You're going to hire the people who are the easiest to hire first, because that's how it goes. Those will usually be individual contributors. So you might end up with a team that has 8 developers and 0 managers. So now you're clawing at random teams trying to find someone who's down to manage them. That might not be a good manager, and you end up in disaster really fast. Why are we talking about all this? Well, what if I told you there was a shortcut? Shut the fuck up, Siri. Yeah. So why are we talking about all of this? What does this have to do with hiring? Well, what if I told you there was a shortcut that can make it much less likely you have problems with these 4 pieces? If there was a way to get a group of people that were well balanced, already aligned, and more likely than not to be high quality. You would probably say I'm bullshitting, and to some extent I am. And there's one last piece I want to talk about here. The different types of people. There are ICs, the individual contributors. These are people who, given a task, can complete the task well. That is the majority of people, and that's a good thing. We need more people to do this than anything else. Even with all the fancy AI tools, what those do is they make an IC slightly to meaningfully more effective, between 20% and 3 times more efficient, perhaps. But then we have management. Management steers the ICs. It's the role of management to make sure that the work of the ICs is being done, that the work is moving in the right direction, and that every IC is taken care of well and understands what's going on. They take the directive from the company and they work with the individual contributors to steer the ship and make sure we're going in the right direction. But then there's a third category. I hate this term, but I don't know anything else to use. Visionary. Oh, God, I hate it. I'm just going to call it product lead. Yeah, the terms either don't describe it well at all or are really pretentious and dumb. The product lead or the visionary, whatever the fuck you want to call them, they're the one who sets the destination. They say, we're going to go here. The management pushes back, makes suggestions, asks for changes, and then once everything's agreed upon, brings the plan to the ICs who then execute down the path. There's also technical leadership and all these other things. None of that matters on an executive level. Tech leadership is a concern that exists between management and ICs. Is not a concern that exists here. And this is the space we care about. You guys have all experienced the gap in the pieces between the management and the ICs. You know what that all is like. That's not what we're talking about here. This is the part that I care about. The relationship between the people who make the relationship between the people who figure out what we're going to do and propose it with the people who actually steer the ship and guide the ICs in the right direction is really, really important. This is the relationship that often make or breaks company, or this is the relationship that can often make or break a company. To be fair, if this relationship is bad, it will also break the company. But I would argue being a not shit manager isn't too hard to do as someone who's done it a lot and has managed surprisingly large teams with lots of people. Management is largely a listening role. And if you get good at listening and good at like steering, it's not too hard to do well enough. Getting the relationship between these parts right is significantly harder and really, really high risk, especially if you're not sure the person in this position is particularly good. There is one category of person that fits this really well. If we were to like go through the chain here, an example I see, I'm trying to think of somebody I can put here where it's like not mean and makes sense. Who was the Indian kid that worked like 20 jobs? The one that got cooked publicly? Soham. An example of an IC would be someone like Zoham, the guy who worked at 20 YC companies at the same time. All he did was close tickets, never proposed or did anything unique, just did what he had to. Another example of this would be Claude Code. You give them a task and they do it. Examples of really good management would be somebody like Daniel Rosenwasser. If you're not already familiar with Daniel, fucking love this guy. He's mostly in charge of the TypeScript team over at Microsoft. He's also been doing more and more with the VS Code guys. His ability to bridge the gap between the mission of the company, the interest of the user, and the engineers actually working on those things is unbelievable. He is so good at balancing all of that. He is an exceptional example of traditional management, where he's not necessarily setting the direction, but he is making sure everything executes properly so we can go in that right direction. I want a really good example for this one too. Oh, I have one. And then for the product lead, this is going to be a very developer-focused example. I'm going to pick Tanner Lindsley. If you're somehow not familiar with Tanner, you clearly don't watch much of my content. Tanner is the creator of TanStack, which includes React Query, React Table, the craziness that is the new TanStack Start and TanStack Router stuff he's doing. He's very, very, very good. One of my favorite developers and largely responsible for me being relevant in this whole space in the first place. Love Tanner so much. He doesn't do things the way he is expected to, supposed to, much less told to. He's always had a vision for the way he wants to do his stuff technically. He'll be inspired by something he sees, propose his own way of doing it, and before anybody can even tell him no, he's halfway done. Tanner also is an ungodly good IC. Like, he can just sit there and write the code, but he'll only do it if it's his idea. He can also steer the ship really well because he runs these small teams that build these things. But once the team gets big enough, it frustrates him for sure. I would definitely put him in this category, but to be in this category, you have to be a bit of the other things too, which is an important point to take away here. But this is a unique breed. This is something that you can't really just skill up on. I believe most people, given the effort, could become a good manager or could become a good IC. I have not seen people who are bad at this become good at this. I've seen people who are bad at management get good at it. I've seen people who are bad at code get good at it. I've never seen somebody who's bad at direction setting, bad at leadership and vision, so to speak, get good at that part. This is a different thing. And it's really hard to notice, or it's really hard to find, it's really hard to filter, it's really hard to measure. And it's really bad if you fuck this part up. Oh shit, Ben with the raid. Thank you for that. Good to see you, man. Hope all's well. I owe you a text back. I'm sorry. I've been so fucking busy. Yeah. So what does this have to do with the acquisition spree? What if I told you there's a category of person that fits here relatively often? Category is good founders. To be clear, for every good founder, there are 10 plus bad ones. But it's easy to tell a good company from a bad one, much more so than to tell a good manager from a bad one with a 1-hour interview. If I get to spend an hour with 3 management candidates and I have to figure out which one is good, I can do an okay job at that. If I have to spend an hour with 3 leads for project leadership, or I have to spend an hour with 3 product leaders that are visionaries that are going to steer us in the right direction, an hour is not enough for me to figure that out. But if I go use 3 of their products, then I can see quite a bit more. And that's what's so cool here. There is no good way to, in an hour, suss out someone's capability. But if they've already built something, you can see a lot. So if you're using a product like a, I don't know, oops. None of that's what I'm trying to hit. Maybe StatSig, a very successful data platform that's used by everybody from OpenAI to Anthropic, which is particularly funny because now all of Anthropic's analytics data is technically owned by OpenAI. Fun aside, we'll get to in a bit. If you are a heavy user of this product and you feel like it is well aligned with you, your way of thinking and what you're doing, that's a really good signal. So if you're a user of a product, you feel like it's evolving in the right direction, and it's still largely founder-led, there's a good chance that those founders are the types of product leads and visionaries that you're looking for. And that's the big bet that OpenAI is making. If they are acquiring companies that are building products that they're already using, there's a good chance that the leadership defining those products and directions has good alignment with how OpenAI wants to do things. But there's an even more important detail, because they're not just acquiring the founders, they're certainly not just acquiring the product. Obviously, 1, they get the product. And 2, they get the founders. But most importantly, they get the whole team. Remember that bit above here where we're talking about how hard it is to structure teams based on specific product verticals and how when a new vertical happens, it's expensive to start staffing that up and it's high risk? I've seen so many companies absolutely fuck themselves with this problem. I'll be frank, I'm watching Vercel do it right now. It's so hard once you have a new thing people are excited about to not screw yourself because everybody wants to move over and then all the other products they worked on before start to rot. This happened at Twitch like 8 times when I was there. It's so common. So if you acquire a company that's making a good product in a space similar enough to what you're doing, you get to just buy all of the alignment. You get to skip all of those steps. You have a team of people that already work well together, and you know that can come in and do things their way. So now let's think about the state of OpenAI. Back here. All of these surfaces were under the same product leadership at OpenAI. They had a CTO and a CPO that were in charge of product. And the Android app, the iOS app, the desktop app, and the deep research platform, and all the other cool things they build were all under the same higher up leadership, as they probably should be, because all of these products should be very well aligned. What about the developer tools? How much does the roadmap of the developer tools like Codex need to be impacting the developer tool, or how much does the roadmap for Codex actually need to understand and impact the roadmap for the Android app? Why would these ever compete for resources? If you have the money, why would you let these things take away from each other? It makes no fucking sense to do that. And OpenAI knows that. So the fact that one executive was in charge of all of this, the entire product surface area, was stupid. And they knew that. So they needed new leadership that could do product leadership on the other product, this new vertical that was growing really fast, the developer tool side. But honestly, they don't just need that. They need good technical leadership on the other side as well. They need technical people who can understand the vision of the developer tool side, but they also need capable people that are technical enough to lead the product and application side too. Do you know what category of person deeply understands the technical aspects of product and application development? An analytics wizard. They understand product better than almost anybody because they know every layer at which the product succeeds and fails. Acquiring StatSig because they are deeply invested in good product on a technical level makes a ton of sense. And that's why they brought in Vijay to take over as CTO of applications. That's not CTO of OpenAI. That's CTO of everything other than the models and probably also the developer tools and API. So now Vijay, whose tools are already being used for the analytics for all of the application surface area at OpenAI, who has the tooling built and implemented already to understand what isn't working in the product, is now in charge of leading the technical direction for those things. It makes a ton of sense. Oh, fun. Apparently, Vijay is taking over both ChatGPT and Codex. I will predict now if Codex goes well, there will be a split there soon. I would imagine that those will be different enough that they have to split. But both of these together are different enough from the infra that the current CTO just wants nothing to do with it. And it makes a ton of sense to spin up separate leadership for this. Having a separate CEO, CTO, and general executive board and leadership for the product side, entirely isolated from the research, labs, infra, models, and all of that, makes all the sense in the world. Because if you're a CTO and you're stuck figuring out why the ChatGPT app can't be updated because Apple's being shitty, and why NVIDIA is taking so long to ship your GPUs, you can't do either of those effectively. And I would imagine, again, if Codex does well enough, they're going to have to do a similar split there as well. Yeah. And for what it's worth, the CEO of applications, Fiji, was also a poach, not an acquisition, but she was poached as the CEO of Instacart. Deep understanding of good applications and product stuff, also from the Y Combinator circle, which OpenAI is very tied to. She came in as the CEO of product, but needed someone technical to help her with. But she needed someone technical to be directly beside her to run all of this and figure out what could or couldn't be done and how to do it. They could have found a random person at the company, ripped them from their role, and forced them into this. Or they could go with a partner that they already have, buy them with the insane amount of money they have in the bank, and have a known, trusted leader in the space come in with an outside perspective and a lot of focus to solve these problems. Once the acquisition is finalized, StatSig employees will become OpenAI employees. It will continue operating independently and serving its customer base out of its Seattle office. We'll take a measured approach to any future integration, ensuring continuity for current customers and enabling the team to stay focused on what they do best. Sure, I have a bad feeling StatSig is going to fail, and knowing how petty Anthropic is, they're already moving off. I know how this goes. And then there's Alex. Once again, with all the surface areas within Codex, between the CLI, editor integrations, and VS Code extensions, the web platform, the background agents, the models, there's so much Codex that it's hard to keep track of. I was just joking that they have 7 products named Codex, and I was wrong. There's like 9. It's insane. Alex is a really cool tool. It is an attempt to unfuck the Apple developer experience, because if you ever used Xcode, you understand just how fucking bad that whole ecosystem is. And their attempt to embrace AI has been laughably bad. The only thing worse than Apple Intelligence is Xcode's Copilot alternative. It's so bad. And Alex was an attempt to automate and agentify as much of the Xcode integration experience as possible. So you're probably looking at this and thinking, oh, so OpenAI wants to make it so you can vibe code iOS apps. I'm sure that's part of their goal here, but that's not the reason this acquisition happened. This acquisition happened because the Alex team showed they could build complex agentic code tool integrations with systems that suck. If you can make Xcode a viable platform for agentic coding, you can unfuck the Codex website. I would say they're probably similarly hard because the Codex website is just so bad. I covered it recently. It's a mess in so many stupid ways. It has a ton of promise, but it's an absolute shit show right now. So if you're looking for developers that already work well together cohesively, don't necessarily have a ton of vision, because Alex doesn't take a lot of vision to build. The vision is Xcode sucks at this. We're going to fix it. And they did it. They can execute. They have the IC and management section down. And if I had known that, I would have pushed way harder to invest. They have this section down. And this section needs a lot of help because that Codex team is a skeleton crew where every person's responsible for 3 separate big products. Now they have a team of people that already know how to work together, that are building really complex agentic integrations, that are ready to hit the ground running, and will probably be shipping, and they'll probably be shipping PRs their first day. I know how these acquisitions go. This is going to work really well. They are skipping so many steps by getting developers that already understand the space, already integrate really complex, obnoxious systems with AI, and most importantly, that know how to work together. You don't have to try and force a culture onto a new set of people, hoping that they'll mesh together if they already work together. You just have to skip all of these steps. And funny enough, the original Codex CLI implementation came from a friend of mine, Fuad, who, if you're not familiar with, and if you're not familiar with him, he had made a startup that I was really excited about way back with another one of my old friends. I can't type with my hands like this. Indent. Indent was a really cool product. Its goal was to put humans in the loop for approval processes. So if an employee needed access to an S3 bucket that they might not need, a push notification would be sent to a person in charge to approve or disapprove of that acquisition or retake on this. Indent was actually a really cool product when they were building it. The goal of Indent was to make it easier to manage approval processes. So if somebody on support needed access to a document that might not be something they immediately have approval for, a push notification would be sent to whoever owns it, where they can approve or deny to have a human in the loop for approving things throughout chains. People who built this are all security wizards, but also really into product developer tools, integrations, and all of that. I know these guys from my old hackathon crew, really, really smart devs. I went to their announcement party when they originally dropped Indent, which was really fun time, 4 or 5 years ago, I think. They got acquired by OpenAI 2 years ago. When they were acquired by OpenAI, they were folded into security to build new approval pipelines for their stuff. But Fuad in particular had other aspirations. He was always a bit of a wild card and definitely wasn't the best fit for the safety team at a company like OpenAI. And eventually ended up just kind of building Codex because he wanted it. And he did it. And then they shipped it. And now Codex is a whole platform at the company. He went through hell to get it to happen and to make it ship, and rebuilding the same app twice, once in TypeScript and once in Rust. He's been through it. But he came through a different acquisition. And even though him and Dan worked great together, they ended up splitting because Dan wanted to focus on safety and security stuff, and Fuad wanted to go build developer tools. But this team of talented people came in through an acquisition of an aligned product. One of them broke off and effectively formed this whole new Codex team, or whatever you want to call it, realized, oh shit, we don't have enough people to fill this team up. And now they are acquiring companies to fill the remaining holes here. This whole product exists because they acquired the right people, the right visionaries, and now they have to fill the hole. They could go hire a whole bunch of people the traditional way and hope that they'll work together well. Or they can do the thing that got them here in the first place. Buy a company that's well aligned. What a rant this was. I hope this is helpful to some of you guys as you see these acquisitions go through. And now if you eventually see us get acquired by OpenAI, you understand why. Actually, though, there's no world in which OpenAI can really buy us simply because my YouTube channel would be... Yeah, the YouTube channel complicates things. It makes too much money the YouTube channel makes too much money for me to just give it up, but too little money to be part of the acquisition process. So we're in a fun spot with companies like this that would want me to stop doing YouTube. So instead, we make our money off sponsors and we build really good product and you guys pay for T3 chat, which works really well for us. Yeah. That said, hi, Sam. If you want some really good product leadership and to unfuck ChatGPT, and you're willing to either let me keep my channel running the way I currently run it or pay us accordingly, you have my phone number. That's all I got for this one. I need to go ice my wrist before it decides that That's all I got for this one. I need to go ice this wrist before I have 2 broken arms. Yeah. It's been a fun one. Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Happy that you guys don't seem to notice too much about my hand. I notice. Shit, AI Code, you upgraded to a tier 3. Fuck yeah. Good stuff. Hit me up on Twitter. I'm very down to chat more. Yeah. Google's acquisition process is a bit of a mess. I've been through it with them. Yeah, Google is an interesting one. We got Noisy here with the tier 1. Appreciate that as well. Fun stream. We got 5 videos out. Would have been nice to get more, but they're all important long ones. Happy we got all the priority stuff other than this because I have to do more calls first. It is almost 9 o'clock. Let's figure out who we're rating. I'll give AI Code King the VIP. Now, we haven't thrown you guys at Mordecai in a bit. Shindigs is live. And Shindigs is just starting. Have fun with him. Thank you guys. Might go live this weekend. Depends on a lot. I'll keep you all in the loop. Have fun with Shindigs. Should be a fun one. Bye, nerds. And goodbye to YouTube as well.